Dream bigger. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Snow is coming, and Silterhar Motors is ready, stocked up on a boatload of Broncos sports built for adventure in rain, sleet, or snow. Only at Silterhar Motors, buy a 2025 Broncos Sport for only $25,999 or lease for only $299 per month. Silterhar has the top selection with over 1,000 new and used vehicles available to choose from 5 different brands, all at one location. See their complete inventory of new and used vehicles at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
My guy, Cecil Lammy, getting ready for Thanksgiving. Cease, it's like a Thursday, my friend. It's like a Thursday.
It's like a Thursday?
If you think about it.
We're almost there, right?
Yeah, you're kind of near the end of your week.
Yes.
Now, we know folks will be working throughout the weekend as well, and we appreciate them. But a lot of people are kind of already starting to feel like it's the weekend,
so
even
they're
though it's
getting
only
into
Tuesday.
Victory formation. They're thinking of no return lunches, right? They're thinking all those sorts of things.
Yeah,
I got you.
Let's hit it with the Tribe roll call, 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Let us know where you're listening from. We will give you some shout-outs. What's going on, man? I mean, the Broncos coming off the bye week. Is it just me, or does it feel like they haven't played in a long freaking time?
Well, what was the number? Like they played 3 games in 18 days, and then they're going to play 1 game in 23 days?
Yes.
Something like that, top of my head. But, yeah, it feels like they haven't played in forever. It feels like the rest of the league is kind of moving and shaking based on what we saw with the Kansas City Colts game, with the New England Patriots game. But Broncos will be back out there tomorrow. I will be there along with Andrew Mason and Elo, all that. So we'll be out there for practice and for open locker room. Mace is going to go on Thursday because he's worked every Thanksgiving for the last 30 years. And then Friday, I might head out there. We are doing Orange and Blue today on Friday. So still a full Broncos week, even though we've got kind of a break in the middle here.
Yeah, and it's funny because I think a lot of folks were expecting that game against the Commanders to get flexed out. It did not. It will still be on Sunday Night Football. I like the exposure for the Broncos. It's always fun to have Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call,
right,
and the big fancy music and SNF. But I also wouldn't mind this being at 11 a.m. on Sunday. I'm not going to lie.
Especially against Marcus Mariota?
Yes,
right?
yes.
Because it doesn't have the same shine because it's not Bo Nix versus Jaden Daniels. And the Commanders game, if we kind of rank the remaining games that are on the upcoming schedule, it's pretty far down there. I believe the Packers, because they're out of conference. Do you know the most important game remaining out of the 6 is the Raiders?
Why is that? Explain that to me.
Because they're a common opponent with New England.
Ooh.
And while everyone else was all rooting for Kansas City, Richie Carney sitting in this chair yesterday talking about how great it was to see Kansas City win and beat the Colts, not understanding, even though I tried for 4 hours to convince him otherwise, like the Colts were going to lose anyway. They play Houston twice. They play Jacksonville twice. There's somebody else that's pretty tough on their schedule.
I think Seattle.
Exactly. So it's really the Patriots are the ones folks should be concentrating on, and now they've got double-digit wins. You still own the tiebreaker. If they went out and you went out, Broncos own that tiebreaker because of common opponents, but that makes the Raiders game the most important of the remaining ones, which is odd to think when you have Kansas City, the Chargers, the Packers, Jaguars, and, the Commanders, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that, I think a lot of Broncos country is kind of looking at the next 2 weeks. It's like, well, dub, and then the schedule gets tough, right? And then you've got Jacksonville and Green Bay at home. You've got Arrowhead Christmas night, and then you've got the Chargers to close it out. But we'll get into it throughout the 4 hours. You got to take care of business. You can't do the old trap game, right? The Commanders, it's Mariota, they'll be fine. The Raiders stink,
right.
They'll be fine. Like, you still got to handle your business. And what has this Broncos team done all season? They've played close football games.
Right.
They can play with the very best, the very tip of the top,
mm-hmm.
and they can also play slogs, like we saw on Thursday Night Football against the Raiders.
Do they have the ultimate sin, though? And you know this in all sports. Do they play down in their competition?
They play level to their competition because they also play up, right?
Right. They play down, they play up. Whoever they're facing, they rise to the challenge, or I guess fall to the challenge. Because there's some of these games from previous of this year, you're like, why aren't you waxing the Giants? Why does it take a fourth quarter comeback to beat that team? Why are you barely beating the Raiders on one of the worst football games I've ever seen? So you want to go out there and handle your business like the Avs are doing, rolling through everyone, steamroll and a literal avalanche, freight train, whatever you want to call it. And then the Denver Nuggets last night showing some things without AG.
Yeah, let's talk about ththose Nuggets. 125-115 over Memphis. They're now 13-4, improved to 7-2 on the road, which I like because I feel like a lot of times they play 500 ball on the road. Jamal was great, 29 points, 8 assists, 6-9 from deep. And then Payton Watson was sort of the story of the game. You mentioned it. No Aaron Gordon there. 27 points, 5 of 12 from 3. He's filling in for an injured AG, an injured Christian Brown. I got to tell you this, Cecil. Payton Watson is making himself a lot of money right now.
But is he making it with the Denver Nuggets? Because when they signed Christian, they essentially made a decision on Payton Watson. And they've trusted him offensively to do more, and he's risen to that challenge. Not every game. He'll have a 9-point game. He'll have a 15-point game. But as long as that defensive effort is there, I said that yesterday. I watched him closely last night because he's filling up the cup, right? Because he's so they're relying on him so much offensively, and they need to without AG. When I saw his defensive effort, there was a couple of times a closeout, sometimes maybe in years past or in previous iterations of Payton Watson, he would have went to block a shot where he didn't want to get in foul trouble. That's smart basketball. So as long as that defensive effort is there, because I think his defensive effort is more important than his offensive output, even though it was needed a few nights ago when he dropped 32, and then obviously they needed it last night to close this one out. They're kind of letting teams hang around a little bit much.
They are, but Nikola Jokic broke the internet twice last night, too.
Oh, yes, he did.
That was kind of the story of the game outside of Watson.
The logo 3?
I mean, the logo 3. Cecil, if you and I shot from the logo, we would be putting all our might into it
every single thing.
It.
Yeah.
And he's just like, I'm just going to pull up from the logo. And did you hear the Grizzlies announcer's call of it? It was so good. The announcer was just stunned. He's like, Jokic from the logo. And then you hear the swag and he goes, he made it. Because it's just sort of that rip your heart out kind of thing.
Right.
And then he had the pass behind the back to Watson. That essentially closes the game out with a little more than a minute left. What were you more impressed with, the heave from half court or just the absolutely absurd pass that everyone lost their minds
what's
over?
cool, and we've seen it, for a while now with Nikola Jokic, is Jamal gets some crazy passes in once in a while. You saw Cam Johnson get a crazy pass in. Like, all these guys are trying a little bit more. So my brain kind of says that pass was so slick and so sweet, but he does that. But he also heaves stuff from half court and makes it. So I would say the logo 3. Anytime you get a logo 3, that's impressive just because he's already the passer. He's the best passing big man in NBA history.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of does that. Maybe it's unfair because I'm using his previous history against him. But, yeah, I think logo 3. That one was pretty cool.
Yeah, and it hit nothing but net. It was so pure. It was awesome. All right, on the RamosLaw.com text line, Rick in Littleton is driving around, listening to the best sports talk show in America.
Whoa.
And he's slamming Diet Dew.
Whoa,
Jamal Murray
there
was
we
on
go.
fire last night as Cecil cracks his Diet Dew to join you, Rick. Smoking Wheels Barbecue is listening up in Berthoud. We've got so many great listeners up north. Randy from the Black Forest is sitting on my ass, retired from 37 years of delivering the mail, and he's watching us on YouTube.
Nice.
Dude, if you delivered the mail for 37 years, you deserve to sit on your butt,
Yes.
my friend.
Yes.
Randy. Good morning, boys, from the 5081, or this is Rob from Cortez. I saw Josh lost his chain at the beach. He needs a new one. I say thick, gold, flat links. Yes
I
or
say
no?
Cuban. Get the Cuban chain, B. We got to get you on the chain gang. You're chain gang guy. You wear a chain?
Chain free right
chain
now.
free.
Cease.
Okay, but do you entertain the idea?
I've never been a chain guy. I went through a puka shell phase in like 4th, 5th grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I was like out of college when puka shells were big, but you're 4th or 5th grade. It's fine. It's fine. I think we all went through the puka shell phase, right?
Yes.
Let's bring it back.
Oh,
Let's bring it back,
baby.
man.
Doesn't that scream like boy band, late 90s, early
Frosted
2000s?
tips. Dover had
Yeah.
frosted tips.
I could see that.
I peroxided my hair I had a blonde streak in it when I was 14, but I never frosted my tips. And I had a mullet.
I have red hair. I don't know how the frosted tips would have played. I think I wanted to frost my tips.
You wanted to frost
I
it?
think I got some good advice from my mother. Let's maybe stay
Let's
away
hold
from
off
that.
on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's chill out on the frosted tips.
How exotic have you gone with your hair? Like
Oh.
mullet, I've had every single look. Buzz cut, mullet. I'm mainly high and tight most of my life, but I love long hair. I want to know, how did you step kind of out of bounds with your hair?
Little bit of a mop top, I guess, at one point or another, but mostly a 6 on the side. Cecil, take about an inch off top. We're good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mop top was the puka shell phase,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Okay,
Correct.
yes.
Yep. I tried it, but no, I've never had any luscious locks like you have.
Ha.
All right, appreciate you guys checking in. A lot more to get to on the RamosLaw.com text line. So many of you listening around the state and around the country. We appreciate it. Coming up next, do the Broncos need to be all gas and no brakes towards that number 1 seed in the AFC? Cecil and I'll dive into it.
Which running back should lead the way against the Commanders? What should be the top priority for Lance Joseph and the Broncos defense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All of us at Williams Jewelers are proud to have been chosen as the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
You see, we're Denver's experts when it comes to ice.
The ice that you wear. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. Here at Williams Jewelers, you'll find Denver's largest selection of truly fine diamonds and diamond jewelry.
From our legendary Williams Diamond Bar, with almost every size, shape, and price range of GIA-graded natural diamonds,
to diamond engagement rings, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, to necklaces and diamond earrings, our selection is stunning.
And Williams Martini Diamond Studs are a must for every woman, and we stock every size and price range.
So, if you want to be the star player of the game,
If you want to make the ultimate power play,
give her the only ice that lasts forever. Diamonds from Williams Jewelers.
the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Injured in an accident? Don't just hope for help. Demand results. At Postman Law, we handle it all. Car crash, workplace injury, or wrongful death. We deliver fast, effective, and personalized legal representation, powered by a team that's recovered over $3 billion for clients nationwide. We have taken on some of the biggest companies in the country and won. Our tech-driven approach means your case moves fast with clear updates every step of the way. So when you call 844-POSTMAN, you know you're getting speed, ease, and results. You're not just another case. You're a person who deserves justice. And from the moment you call, we're in your corner. You'll have a dedicated attorney and case manager fighting to get you every dollar you deserve. And remember, you don't pay unless we win. So don't wait. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free case review. That's 844-POSTMAN. Because others promise, Postman Law delivers.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Happy holidays from Done Right Home Improvements. Putting off that home makeover till after the holidays? Well, good, because book your project now for install after and save 16% or get a great financing deal. DRHI.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan, powered by Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, do the Broncos need to be all gas and no brakes towards the number one seed in the AFC? It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy.
I don't want to argue with you this early, but I have a feeling we're going to argue about this one. I saw your article at DenverSports.com. Let's chop it up, baby.
Yeah, let's chop it up. So my theory is they do, because, Cecil, listen, one seed is great in every sport, right? It's great in basketball, it's great in hockey, it's great in baseball, home field, whatever. Only in the NFL does the one seed mean you have to win one fewer game than everyone else to reach the championship round. You only have to win 2 playoff games if you're the 1 seed. If you're the 2 seed, you got to win 3 of them to go to Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. That to me, and I'll get into my other reasons, but that to me is number one why the 1 seed needs to be a massive priority for this Broncos team.
I get that, and you brought up a point that Richie Carney did not bring up yesterday, so touche to that, Richie. I will ask you this, though. Are you afraid to go to Foxborough? Is there any road spot of the potential number 1 seeds, not Kansas City, because they're not going to get number 1 seed.
You're not going to Arrowhead, yep.
Right. Is there any spot where you go, okay, I don't want to go to Indy, I don't want to go to New England? Those are pretty much the spots, right? Indy, New England, Denver. Those are the 3 teams up for the number 1 seed. Any of those 2 spots kind of scare you or go, man, there's not really much of a chance they can win in blank?
No, because Foxborough, I think we all have visions of Foxborough over the last 30 years. But number 12, Tom Brady's not walking
he's not
through
there.
that door.
And they've played the third easiest schedule in the NFL. That's why they're rolling. That's why they got 10 wins already.
But that being said, wouldn't you much rather host the Patriots and throw it back to like it's 2013, 2015? We all remember those scenes, man.
Yeah.
Payton versus Tom, AFC title games. Broncos came out on top on both. I guess why would your argument be not to go all gas, no brakes for the number 1 seed?
Well, first off, and I'll go back to yesterday with Richie because he was like, all of a sudden, like, it's a need. Yeah, it's nice, and I think in your article you framed it as such, but I don't think it's a need. I don't think it's like they have no shot of making the Super Bowl if they don't get the number 1 overall seed. I like the idea of this team, having... Well, if they went on a 2-game losing streak in December, it would match every Super Bowl champion team they've ever had. 32, 33, and 50. They all went on a 2-game losing streak in December. Now, that's December. That's not the number 1 seed, but that would clearly impact your chances at said number 1 seed. And they did win one of their Super Bowls without being the number 1 seed. That was 32. So I look at it and I go, okay, is this team battle-tested enough, right? Have they gone through the muck? Have they gone through the mud enough? Do they need to be a little bit sharper? And the way I watch this offense, I go, wow, I'd kind of like it if they got things figured out a little bit more that way. And to me, I like the tough path. I like the tough path because then, you know who's waiting in the NFC? Let's have this conversation.
Probably the Rams.
And what are the Rams going to do? If you have this rolled out red carpet for the Broncos because they're facing slappies and they're the number 1 seed and they only got to win 2 games, the Rams are over there likely with the number 1 seed themselves, and they're ready to kill you. If Santa Clara is in the Broncos' future, I don't want them to go get crushed because they've had an easy path in the AFC. That Rams team is scary, like big-time scary. And Vance Joseph's defense versus Sean McVay's offense would be pretty cool to see on the biggest stage, but I don't want this team kind of falling asleep or maybe not necessarily reading their own press clippings, but just feeling so good because we're the number 1 seed and we're rolling. We can't be beat. I would like a tougher test, and I would like them to be tested because I believe that if they do get to the Super Bowl, the Rams are going to be their toughest test.
Yeah, but Cease, do you realize how greedy that sounds? Well, they got to get tested
Isn't it
before the
greedy
Super Bowl.
to say they got to get the number 1 seed? That's greedy.
Right, because I think it's their best path
so
to
you don't
play
believe.
for Lombardi.
I don't want to quote Dion because then their season will go down the tank, but you don't believe. They need the number 1 seed because they're not good enough.
I think this defense at home, 2 home games, is their best path to the Super Bowl. Yes, I do. And I also think if you look at it, they have not lost at home since October 13th, 2024. Think about that. 13 months since they've lost it in Power Field at Mile High. They've won 11 straight games in Denver. The Mile High Magic has returned, my friend.
It's back.
2017 through 2023 were super rough. There was no home field advantage. That home field is back. If you're going to let someone else go to the Super Bowl, make them come win at a Mile High above sea level to do it. I could stomach a lot more watching the Chiefs or the Ravens or the Bills in Super Bowl 60 if they came into Denver and earned it, rather than, well, we got the 2 and we had to go to Indy and we had another leverage call and that's why the Colts are in the Super Bowl. Like, that's just not going to work for me. I will feel much more comfortable as a fan if someone comes and rips our heart out here in Denver than I will if they have to go on the road.
Isn't that, you're very true with what you say, but isn't that funny to think about? Like,
it is.
I'd rather have my heart ripped out rather than have to go on the road, but I like the idea, the mentally of being soft. Like, if you're the Patriots and you've played the third easiest schedule and you've got home field advantage throughout the entire playoffs, you probably, at least in a little ways, maybe it's 1%, well, maybe it's 0.5%. But there's going to be a few players, if not several players on that team that think, oh, we got this. Oh, we're going. And I like that mental advantage. This Broncos team is not as dominant as they need to be offensively because defensively they're more than fine. Just don't collapse because last December, that defense collapsed.
Fell off a cliff.
And it wasn't just the Riley Moss injury and then Riley Moss came back and he wasn't healthy. I like the idea of having a mental edge of we can go anywhere and beat anybody. And I say we as in them. Like the Broncos can go anywhere and beat anybody. And I like the idea, and maybe it's me being too much narrative street, but I like the idea of New England being soft-headed about this game against the Broncos and thinking, oh, they got to come to our place. Your place doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, is it better here? Yes, you are very correct. And taking away one game, that's monumental in the NFL playoffs. But for me, I don't think it's a need. And I don't think you're saying it's a need. They don't need to.
It's a really, really, really want to have.
It'd just be really nice if they could do that.
Yeah, and think about this, too. You're on your couch for the wild card weekend while the 2 plays the 7. That could be the Chiefs in Arrowhead. The 3 plays the 6. The 4 plays the 5. Everyone else is beating up on themselves, and that's part of the reason I wrote this, too, is because people are going to say, well, they got 6 games. Do you really want to go balls to the wall for these 6 games? Yeah, I do, because then you get another bye week.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get another week off to rest and recover. And it may take, based on New England's schedule, which you hinted at as well, it may take 5-1. You may have to go 14-3.
It may take 6-0.
Well, they do have the Bills and the Ravens. And I'm going to say the Patriots split those 2 games.
Okay. I think Lamar Jackson's hurt. I hope I'm wrong, but the way he's playing,
he doesn't look like Lamar.
Look right. Right. Yeah.
But do you really see the Patriots going 15-2? They'll slip somewhere.
I didn't see them being as good as they are this year. And now, full disclosure, I had Drake May as my number 3 quarterback last year. I had Bo Nix as my number 4. So I'm not one of the people that are surprised that Drake May's good. Drake May's always been good. He just gets in his own way because he plays hero ball. But this sort of race, it's New England. We all should have been, instead of rooting for Kansas City, we all should have been rooting for Cincinnati. And I wasn't rooting for Kansas City. I was rooting for a tie.
Oh, I was cheering hard for the Bengals, man. They had a shot in that game,
too.
They did, yeah.
They did. Without Joe Burrow for one more week, Burrow's going to play on Thanksgiving. So he's back, and that changes a little bit of the math there. But with New England, I kind of like the idea of going to Foxborough and feeding them some humble pie. That's just me.
Yeah, but okay, here's the thing. When the Nuggets won the title a couple years ago, they beat the Miami Heat, the 8th seed.
And everyone said, oh, it's so soft because...
But I didn't care when I was at the parade. I was having a blast at the parade.
Yeah,
I know you were having a blast at the parade.
Yeah,
like
nobody cares about that.
If we're at a parade in February, no one's going to care about the Broncos' path, right?
Mm-hmm.
No one's going to remember, ooh, we went into Foxborough. No, I'd rather we beat the Steelers in Denver. How's that sound?
Right.
Sounds like you're coming around a little bit.
I like your idea of one fewer game. That
would be huge.
I believe, and I do believe in this team, but I also believe they need a little more conditioning. And by conditioning, you need some tougher opponents. You need a tougher road. You're not good enough to kind of coast this thing. The Patriots can coast, except for those couple games you mentioned. They can kind of coast to the number 1 seed. I don't want the Broncos coasting. I want them playing their best football come playoff time, and they haven't done it yet. Kansas City was a complete game. That's awesome. Start surging now.
Well, and to your point, in 2012, what happened? They won 12 in a row. They were the hottest team in the NFL, and then Baltimore comes in here, and we all know what happened. I'm not even going to utter the name, and they stunned them, and they knocked them out of the playoffs. So maybe one little speed bump the rest of the way isn't the worst thing on earth. But coming up next, are the Broncos catching a break by likely facing Marcus Mariota rather than Jaden Daniels this Sunday against the Commanders? Cecil and I will dive into it.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Maxed out credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it off in days with Cake Fast Cash Equity Loans. Hi, everybody. It's Cecil. Get the cash you need without touching your low mortgage rate. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. One Cake client got $180,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen while cutting thousands in monthly expenses. That's so huge. CakeHome.com's instant approvals qualifies you with no hard credit pull at low rates. Call CakeHome.com now for a free instant appraisal to see how much cash you can get. CakeHome.com is A+ rated by the BBB with over 900 5-star Google reviews. CakeHome.com service is the best. Call now to start the conversation. It's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE to get relief today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. It's Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, So choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Right now, they have a generous deal on windows. Receive $1,000 off every 10 windows you purchase. On top of that, they want to be a part of your Thanksgiving celebration. They will provide you with a $100 gift card to your local grocery store to contribute to your Thanksgiving festivities. Call 5280 Exteriors today to take advantage of this special November promotion. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So are the Broncos catching a break by facing Marcus Mariota rather than Jaden Daniels this weekend? It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. Hanging out with Cecil Lammy and, of course, you, the tribe, on this Tuesday. Cease, we saw the reports yesterday that it was a quote-unquote long shot that Daniels would play against the Broncos. And then
he put something on Instagram, the cave or the well that Batman had to climb out of.
Yes.
And Batman, whatever the third one was.
Returns. Begins.
Yeah, not as good as The Dark Knight. That's what I call that one, with Bane. The city is yours.
Well, that's The Dark Knight Rises.
The Dark Knight Rises. That's
The
what
Dark
Jaden...
Knight is Heath Ledger.
Yes, that's the best one. The Dark Knight Rises is the Bane one, and that's where Jaden put it out there of like, he's got to climb out of that well. He's got a long ways to go. We're not going to see Jaden Daniels this week. It's going to be Marcus Mariota, and yeah, you catch a break there because it's not going well for the Commanders. Unless something goes haywire, they're not going to make the playoffs. And that's something where you're going up against a backup quarterback. You've got this Vance Joseph defense going nuts. I like you. Kind of wish it was a little bit earlier in the day. We have to wait all night just to get to a game, which the Broncos should be able to handle. But at least it's not East Coast early start. You know how this team is. Whether they're good or not, East Coast early starts, they're always bad.
A little
for the
sleepwalky.
Yeah.
Kind of just going through the motions early.
So maybe they get to, get the juices flowing all day and then go out there on Sunday night.
So the Commanders have lost 6 straight games, with their last win coming all the way back on October 5th against the Chargers, 27-10. Let me hit you with some stats here, because Daniels and Mariota have put up shockingly similar numbers.
Daniels, 1,100 yards. Mariota, 1,065. Daniels, 8 touchdowns, 2 picks. Mariota, 7 touchdowns, 5 picks. Daniels taken 17 sacks. Mariota's taken 10. Daniels has appeared in 6 games this year. Mariota has appeared in 7. On paper, these guys look like pretty similar quarterbacks, but I'm with you that Jaden Daniels, because of what we saw in his rookie year, would still scare me in some facets, that he could pull something out of a little time machine to last season. Mariota, I'm sorry, man. Been there, done that, seen this guy. How many teams has he played for at this point? 6, 7?
Yeah, it seems like that.
I mean,
not as many as Josh Johnson, but Mariota was a premium draft pick, behind Jameis Winston.
But he's played for the Titans. He's played for the Falcons. He's played for the Raiders. He's played for the Commanders. Like, Marcus Mariota, he may get sacked 7 to 9 times by this defense on Sunday.
And you mentioned those turnovers, something that Sean Payton talked about yesterday of like, what can this team improve on? He did mention turnover margin, and those picks for Mariota are more than what they were for Jaden. So, yeah, if he gets a little careless with the football, make him pay. And I would love to see, Kev's probably already written it down, as a Mile High moment. We won't be on air Friday, so we might have to do a little Mile High moments on Wednesday just to kind of call our shot. I wouldn't mind seeing a Talanoa Hufanga interception.
I swear that was mine. I swear. I promise you that was mine.
You spent all day yesterday coming up with these Mile High moments, but like, let's get some more turnovers, right? I thought Sean Payton was right on the money with that one in his press conference Zoom call yesterday.
Well, do you think, too, if it's Mariota instead of Daniels, does that worry you that the defense may exhale a little bit, relax a little bit of Jaden Daniels versus Bo Nix? I mean, Cease, this was one we had circled when the schedule came out, May the 12th?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
And we're like, Sunday Night Football,
It's supposed to be
Washington.
big.
It's the 2 best quarterbacks from the ultimate 2024 draft class. This game loses a lot of its luster. Do you think the players, not consciously because they're professionals,
sure,
but subconsciously maybe lose that edge a little bit?
Well, and the last thing I want is for him to go out and win 10-7. Now, a win is a win, and in the stat sheet, that's all that matters. But look how often people fall all over themselves to praise Drake May. And again, Drake May's a good quarterback. He's playing good football against the 3rd easiest schedule in the league. Who does that other than Colin Cowherd because he's Sean's buddy? But even Cowherd, like that 1 week, I think it was after the Raiders game, Cowherd's like, I think Bo Nix is our problem. I have to think of a quarterback next year. Like, ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous that's even suggested even by an ally to Sean Payton. So I don't want him to lay an egg on Sunday night, and I don't want one of these ugly wins. I want something like stomp him out 35-10, 35-3, something like that. I'd like that sort of win. Because nationally, there's still a zillion doubters about this Broncos team. They'll fall all over themselves about Drake May. They won't do the same for Bo Nix because of the optics, the barely win over the Raiders, that type of stuff.
So you're looking for style points on Sunday night.
Yeah, don't they matter if you're facing a backup quarterback? Wouldn't you? Facing Geno Smith's like facing a backup quarterback, so that Raiders game's kind of stuck in my craw, but you've barely beat teams like the Jets. You barely beat teams like the Raiders. How about you go out and stomp out a Commanders team on a national stage, Carrie Underwood blasting, Sunday Night Football? I'd love to see it.
Well, and this Washington defense is trash. See, so, I mean, look at what they've done. They played Miami a couple weeks ago, but that was overseas, right? So you throw that out the window. It was like 16-13 in overtime. Wasn't it in Berlin or Madrid or something like that? But their last 4 games on American soil, gave up 44 to the Lions, 38 to the Seahawks, 28 to the Chiefs, and 44 to the Cowboys. Think about that. 44, 28, 38, 44, their last 4 games. We all love Von Miller. God bless him. This defense is awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
So you're saying like 35 points is kind of where they should score.
I'm telling you, the first number better be a 2. Better be a 2.
I'd say it better be a 3.
All right, if they win 28-3, you're probably not going to come in and complain on Monday.
Right. But yeah, I mean, if it is a 2, it better be like 2.8 or 2.7. Yes, high 2s.
Like my GPA.
You're one of the lucky ones. Those more low 2s.
I did get it. I think the folks were better start with a 3. I'm like, all right, 3.00001.
Yeah, barely.
But in all seriousness, like this Washington defense is not intimidating at all, are they?
No, not whatsoever. So have a little more success, and have a little more success on the ground if you possibly can. That's the thing. We're talking about the quarterback matchup that won't be. Okay, Bo Nix, doesn't mean you can't go out there and sling it, but at the same time, over these next 6 games, wins as many as you can. I actually wouldn't mind one of those reset kind of losses at the appropriate time, like the Green Bay out of conference, Green Bay loss. Okay, that doesn't hurt as much. Even a Commanders loss, although I don't predict that for this week. But go out there in these 6 weeks and prove that you can run the ball. You're facing a bad defense. I don't really care if it's R.J. Harvey or Jaleel McLaughlin. Tyler Baday's probably not going to do it, but there's a big-time concern for this Broncos team entering the postseason is they won't be able to run, and that means you won't advance if you can't run the ball or have the threat of running the ball. So you've got a 6-week runway to get RJ or whoever it is, maybe it's a combination, get this thing going on the ground.
What did you make of Dameon Pierce picking the Chiefs over the Broncos?
Doesn't that sting?
That news broke over the weekend.
Okay, so it's 3 things, and I'll let you choose which one of the 3 you think it is, or if there's more, let me know. So it's either he chose Andy Reid over Sean Payton. I get it. Sean's tough to work with. When the reports come out like, I don't think Brandon Cooks is coming here. Yeah, you know why? He's probably not a big fan of Sean Payton. And there's guys that actually kind of like playing for him that don't like what they had to go through playing for him, but they like it because they would win. Brandon Cooks isn't coming here. He doesn't like Sean Payton, allegedly, or what I have to say. So Dameon Pierce chooses Andy Reid over Sean Payton, or they pay him more money, possibly, or he sees the vision to playing time in Kansas City where he's the 5th back. The 5th back. They still have Clyde Edwards-Helaire on their PS. And they have Brashard Smith, and they have Kareem Hunt, and Isaiah Pacheco's coming back. He's their 5th back. So how would he see a clearer path? So if I told you they paid him more, he chose Andy Reid, or he saw a clearer path to playing time, which one of those 3 is it?
I'd likely follow the money. That'd be my gut.
Okay. Then,
because it's not the playing time thing. If Dameon Pierce had chosen the Broncos, he may have been on the field this Sunday against the Commanders.
Yeah, he would have been the JK, and RJ could have been the RJ. Now RJ has to be the JK, and Julian has to be the RJ. Is everyone confused? So if it is the money, then I think you have another thing with George Payton here to kind of put on the old clicker and be like, okay, dude, you guys can't run the ball right now. Dameon Pierce is a former 1,000-yard back, pretty much, 9-something as a rookie.
Yeah, as a rookie.
So, and you couldn't pay him an extra, $10 grand, $20 grand, whatever the number is. I'm not sure. But, if that's the case, do you not see your own flaws? Because they have flaws entering the postseason or getting ready to enter the postseason. A Dameon Pierce, maybe it's the guarantee on the box like Tommy Boy, but it would have made me feel real nice. It would have made you feel real nice. And instead, we're just left wondering, can they run the ball?
And the trade deadline has come and gone. And I wasn't the biggest Pierce guy. I was filling in for Zach on Friday, and Phil and I went back and forth on Dameon Pierce. I mean, the guy had 10 carries for 26 yards this year. He'd done absolutely nothing with the Texans. But name me a better running back that's going to become available between now and the playoffs. There's probably not going to be one.
Yeah, other than maybe Jeff Wilson on the Dolphins practice squad, but even then, we're stretching here just to find someone decent. Dameon Pierce is decent. Jeff Wilson is decent. That's all you're left with now, because at the trade deadline, another George Payton, and I don't want these to be the mistakes that cost the Broncos a Super Bowl. I don't want this great season, it may be a 13-win season, as I predicted back in April. I don't want this to be cut short because this team didn't do enough work at the trade deadline. Breece Hall for a third. Come on. And now, you know what Broncos fans say? Oh, you go get him in free agency next year. You could have had him here this year.
Yeah, I don't care about free agency. I care about winning the Super Bowl this season.
I care about the Super Bowl now. Yeah. It's right in front of you now. That number 1 seed is in front of you now. So go win as many as possible.
All right, coming up next, let's go inside the internet. You will not believe the Mrs. Doubtfire scheme some guy tried to pull off in New York. Plus, Cecil's got a treasure trove of stuff for us. We'll do it all on the other side.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Will Sean Payton turn Bo Nix loose against the Commanders? Will the Broncos defense continue its dominant showing after the bye week? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens, the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
It's time to pack the CU Event Center for Colorado basketball.
There's all you today.
The Buffs are back, and single game and group tickets are on sale now. Come cheer on your Buffaloes as they take on Big 12 powerhouses like Arizona, Kansas, Texas Tech, and more. Groups of 10 or more can take part in exciting game day experiences. Grab your tickets today at cubuffs.com/tickets or call the CU Athletics ticket office at 303-492-8282.
Friday through Monday, it's the 4-day Black Friday Super Sale at Furniture Row. Save $100 on every $1,000 you spend. Shop deals while they last, plus 60 months no interest. Black Friday sale at Furniture Row ends Monday.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
The civil authorities have issued a required monthly test for all of Colorado's beginning at 10:40 a.m. and ending at 11:40 a.m. This is the monthly test of the Emergency Alert System from the Colorado Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Had this been an actual emergency, you would have been given important information concerning the emergency. This concludes our monthly test of the Emergency Alert System.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
All right, let's go inside the internet like these fellas do every day at 10:45. It's Will Peterson hanging out with ya. And, of course, Cecil Lammy is here as Josh Dover goes on his road trip. Dover, God bless him. He's on one, Cease. He's on one right now on social media.
Yeah, going after Chiefs fans. I thought that was funny. And I think Chiefs Kingdom responded. One of their, blogging accounts kind of, quote tweeted him and, 3 Super Bowls in the last 5 years, blah, blah, blah. All right, Kansas City.
He drove by Arrowhead on his big old road trip and was feeling himself a little bit. If anyone's ever done that road trip, you know, right when you get out of Kansas on I-70, there's Arrowhead. There's, what's the Royals? Is it Kauffman Stadium, I think? They share a parking lot, which is actually kind of cool for the tailgating scene. I don't give Kansas City a lot of credit, but I do like the fact that their baseball and their football stadium are just one massive concrete parking lot. There's a reason the Chiefs fans go tailgate for 12 hours. But then again, on Christmas night, little Billy, sorry you can't open your presents because we got to go tailgate for 12 hours.
We got to go tailgate and watch this Chiefs team lose.
Let's
to
hope.
Denver Broncos.
Gosh, that would be. Can you imagine if the playoffs are on the line for them? That graphic, Kansas City eliminated with loss.
Well, do you
and
know,
the Broncos do it to them?
What I said yesterday is I want a reverse. I want a Freaky Friday of last year where it's actually Jarrett Stidham playing because the Broncos have wrapped up the 1 seed or the 2 seed or whatever. The Broncos playoffs are secure and the Chiefs are fighting to get in, and you trot out Jarrett Stidham.
But wouldn't you trot out Bo Nix in that case to land the knockout blow?
To keep him healthy, do what the Chiefs did with Mahomes when the Broncos faced Carson Wentz in Week 18.
Well, that's only Week 17. You still have Week 18 after that.
Okay, yeah, you would trot out Bo Nix then. If it was the season finale, then you could get the Freaky Friday like last year.
There you go. All right, inside the internet, this one is weird, man. An unemployed son has dressed as his mother to collect her pension in a Mrs. Doubtfire type scam. You got to go look at the article on the New York Post because people need to see the photo, but I showed it to you and Drew and Kev. This guy kind of looks like his old mom and tried to go collect her pension.
Yes.
This is creepy, but also even more creepy is the fact that the guy kind of pulled it off.
Yeah, he did. Because he kind of looks like his deceased mother.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the scams are out there, and he's certainly doing that. You watch a lot of murder shows, like
True Crime?
True Crime, OWN Network, like ID Network. Like, they all have these true crime documentaries.
Like the Oxygen Channel?
Yes.
Remember Michael Malone's famous quote, 5 years ago when the Nuggets still weren't getting respect? He's like, I don't know who we're playing, when we're playing, but I know it's on the Oxygen Channel. It's like, oh, you're preempting another episode of Snapped or Dateline for the Denver Nuggets.
There you go, Snapped. That's a good one.
Ooh, Snapped is good.
This one is going to be on one of those shows. So we're going to be able to see more about this weirdo here when these shows are made.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
What do you got for me, Cease?
Okay, Twitter gives and it takes, and sometimes you run across stuff and you're like, I don't know if I really want to see that. There's footage of a man claiming that he was stuck in a time loop for the 6th time and the plane crashes and kills everyone. He's on the plane. And so he's saying this, and I don't know, it seems like some sort of Asian Airlines. I don't know exactly where it was, but he was freaking out the other passengers.
Yeah, that would freak me out.
And so I thought, have you ever experienced anything like that? Not like, that blankety blanker is not real.
Yeah.
Maybe not something like that, and not many of us have. But I remember sitting next to a lady, very nice, kind of up there a little bit, nervous flyer.
Okay.
Like nervous flyer. Like there's a woman on the wing churning butter, like Bridesmaids. Like it was like that, except she was sitting next to me and just bouncing. Her leg wouldn't stop. She was so nervous. I ended up holding this stranger's hand for whatever, 3 hours. And again, she was a little older lady. And I was because I was like, ma'am, I fly all the time. This is safer than driving. But if someone's on your plane saying, I'm in a time loop, this plane crashes, I mean, 1, get them off the plane. 2, maybe you're going to be like Dover and driving across the country instead of flying. I don't know. Have you ever experienced any sort of nervous flyers or anything like that?
No, knock on wood, I've never had crazy person on the plane next to me. But you see all the viral videos, and you're thinking that's going to happen to me at some point
You'd think
in
so.
my lifetime.
Yeah.
And the the ones these days too, where the people are just going nuts, and the fellow passengers have to like duct tape them until the cops come on and stuff like that. And then now there's this whole push, and I'm not getting political, I promise, but there's this whole push of, the current administration wants people to dress nicer on airplanes, stop wearing your pajama pants and your slippers and all this and that.
That's kind of an old school thing.
Yeah, well, you see the movies from like the 60s and 70s, and everyone's in like a suit and everything.
It used to be a big deal to fly, you know what I mean? And you used to dress up to fly. I have to be comfortable.
Yes.
Because flying is uncomfortable now. It's changed so much. Flying isn't fun anymore. Sorry to all my friends out there that work in the airlines industry, but like it's kind of a rat race. You're crammed in there. The seats are getting smaller. You've got somebody shaking on. Every flight I'm on, there's a crying baby. Me. So it's like I understand now of someone, because I used to be the opposite of that, of like you got to dress up when you fly. You got to look good. Yeah, just be comfortable. I don't care if you're wearing pajamas, a onesie, whatever. Wear
shoes.
Don't go shoeless.
Yes.
You've seen that on planes before, right?
It's so gross.
Bare feet
gives me the shivers.
Yeah, bare feet sitting right next to you, smelling up the plane. Planes are already bad enough, man. You're in this metal tube of smells, and full disclosure, I usually try to find the cheapest tickets, so I'm usually sitting kind of by the can. Doesn't smell real good. Let's say
you know
that.
what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
I got one more real quick here. My friend Nikki Gist, who covers the Giants. She says, better in person, hockey, baseball, basketball, March Madness, college football. Better on my couch, NFL football.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Why is that? And why is that not a problem for the NFL? Because it is way more fun to be on your couch, to have your own beverages and popcorn or whatever you want, and be able to watch Red Zone or watch the other games or multiple screens, like whatever. But like hockey in person is the best sporting event that we get to see.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. The Avalanche were kind enough for Game 6 of the Stars series last year, press box overflow. And they're like, yeah, your seat's not up top. And I'm like, oh, okay, where am I? Oh, you're on the first level, right on an auxiliary press box. And I'm like, this is the greatest. Like, I'm in a $500 seat. And if you'll remember that game, I think the final score was like 6-4 or something. It was goal after goal after goal after goal. And hockey in person, you're right, you realize how fast these guys are.
Yes.
You watch Nathan McKinnon take the puck from center ice to the goal just like that. You don't appreciate that on TV until you see it up close in person. It's unreal.
Well, why is NFL football so bad in person then?
It's not necessarily the
TV
product.
timeouts.
It's getting in and out of the stadium. It's the traffic. It's the chaos. It's the concessions.
It's the fighting now. It seems like every other game, and I personally don't like it because people that can't fight, I want to see people that can fight. I want to see UFC. I want to see boxing. I want to see something like that. All these drunk fans in the stands, like that's not an enjoyable experience. So not only do you have to deal with traffic and the parking and blah, 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 there might be some drunk idiot next to you, dropping F-bombs with your kids and throwing punches or whatever. Like, I don't know. Everything else is better in person except for NFL football. It's weird.
It's interesting, one that Roger Goodell and the owners may have to tackle at some point. All right, coming up next, no Aaron Gordon, no Christian Brown, no problem for the Nuggets last night in Memphis, but let's take a closer look at their schedule without these two key pieces basically through the end of the season.
Denver is back for their bye weekend, set for a primetime showdown with Washington. Get ready for kickoff with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 1 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Payton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at Corwin Toyota. Get a new 2025 Tacoma with rates as low as 1.99% APR for up to 60 months, or lease for as little as $39.99 down and $279 a month for 36 months. Or lease a new 2025 RAV4 for $39.99 down and $299 a month. Visit us up Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with the princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
After a car accident, you might wonder, do I really need a lawyer? But at Postman Law, we go beyond the courtroom. We're your single point of contact for insurance, medical bills, and doctors. Get the outcome you deserve without the headache.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
Brandon Stokely here from Colorado's hometown HVAC team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Is your heating system struggling to perform and need to be traded? It has never been easier to get a quote for a new heating system. Rocks Heating and Air offers a free online heating and cooling quoting system so that you can quickly and accurately get pricing on a new system. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Having so much fun with you on a Tuesday. Feels like a Thursday. Hopefully your work week is already wrapping up. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy.
You've really turned my day around now that you said it was Thursday.
It is a Thursday.
Because I was like, what day is it? full disclosure, nobody cry for me, but every year, if I can get to Thanksgiving without getting burned out because of everything I do with the NFL, I feel good. Then you only have like a month left. Dude, I've been burned out for like a month. So to get to now and to have you say, this is like Thursday, that made me feel good.
Yeah, but at least you're not burned out on a bad football team because you had to do that a lot of times over the last decade.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to come in here and talk about Case Keenum and Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock and Paxton Lynch and Trevor Siemian.
Yes, all of them.
You're not doing that this year.
No. Talking about a real team. I'm a real boy. Like talking about a team that can make some noise in the postseason and talking about these other teams that are pretty damn good as well.
Yeah, the RamosLaw.com text line is on fire. Love hearing from so many in the tribe. Brian from Evans, Colorado says, I dress up to listen to 104.3 The Fan. Tuxedo before tuning in. Doesn't everyone? Our spirited chatter about dressing up for airplanes. Brian's got a tux on listening right now. Love that. Yeah.
There we go. Is it a tux t-shirt or a real tux? I got to know. Because it could be a tux t-shirt.
Can get one of those for like $12. The 4527 says hockey is the best in person. Both Cecil and I agree on that. The 5723, this is Rob chiming in from Sacramento. Cecil, I almost for the first time totally agreed with you about the football and TV take, but then I thought golf is way better on TV to watch in person, so I also totally agree with you. Yeah, golf on TV, of course. You get to see every shot on the course.
Yeah, you get to see everything, right.
It's like people are like, you want to go to the Olympics? No, absolutely not, because there could be a gold medal swimming race while a massive basketball game's going on. I want to be able to flip back and forth.
Yeah,
you know?
It's like going to one of those music festivals where it's just too good. I love Ozfest, but maybe I want to see something else, right? But you got to kind of pick and choose. And yeah, golf, you go in person, you get one angle. That's it.
And it's fun to go post up on like the 16th green and see all the groups come through, but you don't get to see every other shot from Scotty Scheffler.
Right.
Whereas if you're watching CBS, you get to see every shot from the best player in the world.
Plus, you're not supposed to cheer.
Well, we just sent some people to the best golf tournament in Arizona last week. You get a cheer at that one.
Okay, so that's good. But
that's kind of the exception to the rule.
That is the exception, yes. And that's what makes that so much fun.
All right, let's get into the Nuggets because last night they took care of the Memphis Grizzlies. Cecil, they shot over 50% from three. This Nuggets team shooting more than 50% from deep, I think they're darn near impossible to beat. If they're hitting shots, they are unbeatable.
Yeah. Well, and Payton Watson specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about what his work from the arc does because we expect, one, Timmy Hardaway, what was it, alley-oop to Timmy Hardaway? Like there's certain things on the bingo card with Timmy Hardaway that we got last night that weren't on mine, right? So he was very aggressive, but we always expect him from the arc, Jamal from the arc. Once in a while when AG's healthy, him from the arc there as well. You want Cam Johnson to be better from downtown, but if it is Payton Watson to carry that burden offensively, watch this team, even with the injuries, be real tough to beat. And the depth is being tested. The bench is getting more work. Even Zeke Najee's coming through with some plays here and there, which is kind of a rarity for this team. So
please trade for him.
Injuries
please
at the right
trade for
time.
that contract.
Can we say that with the Nuggets? It's like banged up at the right time. It's not right before the playoffs. It's like before Christmas. You should have most guys back, Christmas-ish, New Year's-ish. So get things ready to go, All-Star break, and then really make that push for the postseason. But this could be the best regular season Nuggets team of all time.
Yeah, I messed up by saying going into the break out for the season. I meant out for the year in terms of the calendar year, 2025. Yes, right. I think we both agree. We're looking at January 1st for Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown coming back. And you look at their schedule coming up. They go the Spurs here on Friday, at Phoenix, Dallas here, at Indy, Atlanta, Charlotte, Orlando, Houston, Utah, all at home. I mean, there's nothing super daunting coming up for the Nuggets seats. There's no, oh my gosh, you got to face Oklahoma City twice in a span of 3 days, anything like that. I don't see any reason, and you just made a comment, they could be the best regular season team in Nuggets history. I don't see any reason they still can't win 60 games. I think 60-22 is still an achievable mark for this squad, even with all the injuries.
I would like some of these games, and what is it about, one, losing at home, something the Avs don't do and the Broncos haven't done. Like, what is it with this team kind of dropping the ball or dropping their gloves or whatever you want to say when it comes to teams that come in here that are on a losing streak and then win. The Chicago game from over a week ago. The Kings, right? Like, you can be on a losing streak and then get right at Ball Arena. That seems a little bit wrong-headed. But I agree with you. I had picked 60 wins before the start of the regular season. And I think Dover picked like 57. Like, okay, we could see that team high in terms of win totals. But you can't be dropping some of these games. The Bulls game still sticks in my craw. The Kings game, you got to be a little bit cleaner against some of these more cupcake-ish opponents.
To be fair, that Kings one, they had gotten back in from Houston like 4 a.m. the night before. And then Russell Westbrook came in and wanted his revenge. It's weird that Russell Westbrook's already played back in Denver twice this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Only played 17 games, and he's played 2 games in Denver with the Kings. But
I'm done seeing the Kings for this year.
Yeah, I'm good on the Kings. But that one I'll excuse a little. The Bulls one, I'm with you. That was just sort of a lack of focus. They got down like 18 points. But then last night in Memphis, Nikola Jokic does Nikola Jokic things, Cease. I mean, the half-court shot at the buzzer to end the third quarter, nothing but net. The pass to Payton Watson, some people are calling it a top 10 pass of Jokic's career, which is crazy because he has a ton of those every night.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to do the whole "are we taking him for granted" thing because I don't think anyone's taking him for granted. But I was sitting on my couch watching the Jokic buzzer beater last night, and I didn't jump up and run around and start screaming. I just go, "Yeah, he made it." Like that to me as a fan almost scares me a little bit because I should be running around screaming, going, "Oh my gosh, he just hit from half court."
Yeah, you should be doing that, but because he does it all the time, you're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, he's going to do it," or at least he's going to attempt it. Like, the best thing about Joker, one of the best things, because there's so many things, is that while the NBA had to change their rules for buzzer beaters because players are babies, Joker doesn't care. He doesn't care what it does to his percentage, right? He's just going to throw it up there.
Because it was the stats thing that they no longer count heaves against your three-point percentage.
Right. And Joker doesn't care. No. He's going to heave it up. And as you mentioned, it wasn't even like a push. It was just a shot. He put a little more air underneath it, and it was swish. It was beautiful.
What'd you make of the pass to Payton Watson to basically seal the game?
Yeah, that pass was special. And what's nerve-wracking is Payton put it in kind of differently, right? Because you think maybe he throws it down, jams it, or whatever. But do you know how stressful that is, playing with Joker, where he's going to get you the sweet pass that nobody else can even predict, and then you've got to put it in. You don't want to choke in that instance if you get that rock down there. It's so close, he's probably not. But we've seen it before in basketball. Guys get great passes and then choke on the shot.
You can't blow the assist.
Exactly.
If he's going to make that pass, you got to finish the bucket. Bruce Brown had one against the Rockets the other night where Jokic had the over-the-shoulder pass into the corner, and then Jokic's answer was funny. He's like, great pass, he missed the shot. You know?
Right.
Like, yeah, you're telling us that. With the Nuggets, too, do you think, because Oklahoma City's already running away, do you think they're focused on the 2 seed at this point? I know it's still so early, but is the 2 seed sort of where you're at with this Nuggets team?
Yeah, and I'm not just kind of giving that up or surrendering the 1 seed. Go out and win as many as you can. See what happens to OKC. You know, things happen during an NBA season, but we know that the NBA finals are actually going to be the Western Conference final. The NBA finals are going to be OKC versus Denver because that's the contest that everybody's kind of waiting for. Just stay healthy, get right, play your best basketball. And last year with an incomplete team, with an interim coach, they took them to 7 with guys banged up.
And blew games 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Could have won games 4 and 5. All right, Will Lutz got a big new fancy deal on Friday. What other Broncos could be next? Cecil and I got a list, plus some audio from Sean Payton on that very topic coming up next.
It'll be fine by dusk, but I'm telling you, baby.
There's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field next August. Zach Bryan is bringing his With Heaven On tour to the Mile High City, and we want you there.
Let me go.
Download the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app and click on the contest banner to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the hottest show of the summer.
We're having an all-night revival.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's up, guys? Josh over here for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I got to talk to you about something that completely changed my life. I'm talking about testosterone treatment. I was getting into my 40s a couple of years ago, and I was tired all the time because I couldn't get a solid 8 hours of sleep. So you wake up groggy. You certainly wake up with no energy to do a little home workout or get to the gym. And one of the biggest issues about my testosterone levels was my sex drive. It was going, gone. And who wants to live like that? So I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I set up my first appointment. I went in and I talked with the Colorado licensed medical provider. They drew my blood. They told me what my TMPSA levels were. They gave me a couple of options. One of those options was to sign up for testosterone treatment right there on the spot. I said, yeah, let's do it. Got my first pain-free booster shot. Then in about 2 weeks, I started to feel it. Then they started sending everything to my house. So I didn't even have to leave the comfort of my home to get my T levels where they needed to be. Now I have energy. I'm sleeping through the night. Sex drive is back, and it's all thanks to my team. They'll do it for you too over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply. These days, we expect everything fast. Streaming, food delivery, even same-day shipping. So why should using the equity in your home to get cash be any different? At Cake Mortgage, we get fast. We just got a client approved for $300,000 in under 24 hours with our Cake Fast Cash program. If you're struggling with high-interest debt, roll it into one low monthly payment and save hundreds or more each month. The best part? You'll keep your current mortgage rate and only pay for what you use. Cake Mortgage. Your fresh-baked fast cash loan is ready to enjoy. So don't wait. Call 720-850-0012. That's 720-850-0012. Or visit cakehome.com for thousands of 5-star reviews.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me."
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You know that feeling when you catch a glimpse in the mirror and think, hey, I look 10 years younger. That's what happens when you stop dieting and start doing Soda weight loss.
I tried point counting, calorie counting, shots, and nothing has worked until Soda weight loss.
Soda weight loss gives you a personal nutritionist you can text anytime.
Everybody's great here. Everybody's encouraging. There were some times where I felt down and they brought me back up. If you stick with this program, you will lose weight and you will get to your goal weight.
When you sign up for Soda weight loss, your partner joins for free.
If you're ready to feel stronger, healthier, and yes, look and feel 10 years younger, this is your moment. No meds, no gimmicks, just real results with real support.
Remember, sign up now and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so I was hanging out with Philip Lindsay in for Zach By on Friday when the news of Will Lutz's 3-year extension broke with the Broncos. It's Will Peterson in today for Josh Dover with my guy, Cecil.
Yeah, what'd you think about that Will Lutz deal, man?
I was cool with it, man. He's made 3 game-winning kicks this year, 3 walk-off kicks, 4 game-winning in total.
The 3 walk-offs we all remember, of course, but the 4th one against the Jets was technically a game winner as well because it went from 11-10 to 13-11 Broncos, and that was the final score. Listen, I didn't love his miss in Indy. I was pretty hard on him. I mean, it was a bad miss. The ball fluttered indoors. It was a weird, we all saw the angle from the stands. But he's been nails ever since. You look at his misses, the only 2 misses since. One, he got blocked in Houston, not his fault. That was on Darren Rizzi in the O-line. And then 2, the 59-yarder against the Raiders. Well, they ran that dumb trick play with Cortland Sutton,
right,
where they lost 4 yards, and then Lutz was 4 yards short on a windy night in Denver. So I'm good with Will Lutz being the Broncos kicker for the foreseeable future. What did you think of it?
Yeah, I thought Sean Payton loves him some Will Lutz, that's for sure. And if you're Will Lutz, he kind of alluded to it in his conference call on Monday about I want to be here long term. I see the facility being built. I know this is the place I want to be. And we're all excited about the new stadium. There's really not that many Broncos players from today that are going to be playing in 2031 for this Broncos team.
If any.
Will Lutz would be one of those on the very short list.
Well, you think at 40 he's still kicking for the Broncos in that new stadium?
Maybe. I mean, Sean Payton, if you're Sean Payton's guy and you're still getting it done, the way players take care of their bodies, it's a very small list of possible players. Bo Nix is on that list. Will Lutz is on that list.
Pat Surtain's on that list.
Surtain, yeah. So it's a very small list. Some of the younger players would be if they continue on. But, yeah, Will Lutz, you keep him around, and you don't really have to worry about it. I have not necessarily fallen in love with the new kickoff rule, but it's got me watching kicks again.
Mm-hmm.
I regularly said, and I've gotten pushback on it, hey, kickers aren't really people. They're not football players. What are we doing? But now with the skill that's required on the ultimate, the new kickoff rules, it's kind of interesting. And when you get someone that you don't really have to think about that's kind of automatic, you pay for that.
Yeah, and when you're getting walk-off kicks against the Texans and against the Giants and against the Chiefs, and, we all are still scarred by what happened in Arrowhead last year. Those demons have kind of been exercised this year in terms of he's literally won you 3 games at the buzzer. Let's hear from Sean Payton yesterday on signing Will Lutz. Plus, listen closely to Sean hinting at maybe other deals coming as well.
First off, he's earned it. We spent time, George and I, before the break, and discussed a number of players that we were going to visit with. And, the key is not affecting the mojo or how your team's doing. And so I'm always sensitive to that, especially when you're playing well, because sometimes those can be difficult discussions. But no, we were able to get Will done. There's a few other players that we know we've reached out to. I think the key is the communication aspect of it all. He's played well. He's consistent, and I think he's got the respect of the locker room. I think, like all kickers, there's ups and downs, but he's been a great addition for us.
So he says Will's doing a great job. Thank you, Sean, for the shout-out. Appreciate it, my friend. Will, we got that synergy going on. But also twice in that answer, Cece mentions other players.
Yes.
What other guys could Sean Payton be talking about in line to potentially get extensions before this season ends?
Well, it's funny that Mike Kliss puts it out there hey, they could have talked to Luke Wattenberg, right? Okay, that's interesting. Why not Jaquan McMillan? The way McMillan's been playing, and this secondary, there's a great impermanence to everything. So I understand that some of these players are going to be, gone and moved on, and McMillan could get well paid by another team, but you could get well paid here. So when Kliss, tweets about that yesterday about hey, it's Luke Wattenberg. I'm like, where's Jaquan? He didn't mention Jaquan at all. And for me personally, I think McMillan would be at the top of the list for players that, you should be looking to and considering for extensions beyond Will Lutz. I think it should be guys like Jaquan McMillan, and curiously, that was absent from Kliss's tweet yesterday.
He'll be a restricted free agent after this year. Does that change anything for you on McMillan?
I mean, a little bit. You've got some control. If you're the Broncos then, with restricted free agent, you can match anything, put the tender on him, etc. But for me, it's why not take care of it now? If you're going to do it now, or if you're going to do it eventually, why not do it now? I think it was Bukowski. I'm going crunchy on you an hour and 20 into the show. Bukowski said, if you're going to do something, why not go all the way? Jaquan's here. He's playing good football. Why not just pay the man?
So he's number one on your list. I like the idea, but let me give you some other names. What about John Franklin Myers or Malcolm Roach on that defensive line? To me, and I know we've been talking about it since this summer, and frankly, Franklin Myers got grouped in with the Benitos and the Suttons and the Allens of the world.
Right.
All three of those guys got paid. Franklin Myers didn't. I know Luca Evans from the Denver Post, not Evan, Luca Evans from the Denver Post had the report the other day that
come on, Sean,
they're still not talking to JFM. It just feels like JFM's going to walk. I would put JFM number one on this list for an extension, and I remember guys like Derek Wolfe getting paid right before the season ended. It doesn't feel like it's trending in that direction, but I'm a little curious why, because I think he's going to be the number one free agent priority this offseason in terms of other teams pursuing him.
Yeah, in terms of other teams pursuing him, and it's kind of low-key under the radar. Haven't gotten much talk about it, but JFM really praising Savion Jones, because everyone looks at this draft class and like, Barron's the tight end killer, and Pat Bryant's coming through, and RJ needs to do more. And then people just wonder about Savion Jones. JFM has said, I've told the kid he has a ton of talent. Come take my job. So I think there was a plan when you draft Savion Jones, and I've mentioned he was one of the most rookies I was most excited about this year. He's got Pro Bowl upside like a JFM. JFM isn't hesitating teaching Savion Jones. So I think he, in a way, is also kind of planning for a future that doesn't include him playing for the Denver Broncos. Unfortunately, because, again, you'd like to keep everybody, but the way that they drafted Savion Jones to essentially replace JFM.
Well, and you think about the Super Bowl 50 team, you couldn't pay everyone. Malik Jackson went to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right.
Danny Trevathan went to the Chicago Bears. Like, if you have an elite defense, you are going to lose players.
And the thing that you mentioned, we should get into this, maybe even tomorrow, let's get into it.
Okay.
With elite defenses, you get one.
One shot.
What? Hey, 85 Bears, right? 85 Bears. Do we talk about the 86 Bears, which might have been better? No. Did they win it? No. 84 Bears, pretty good. Did they win it? No. When you have an elite defense, you get one.
The 2000 Ravens.
So they're built this way now. You got to get one now before the defense is dismantled, and then your offense has to pick it. Your offense has to be much better than it is right now.
Let me throw some other names by you. Just pick and choose if you want to talk about any of them.
Okay.
Malcolm Roach, Alex Singleton, Justin Strnad. You mentioned Luke Wattenberg a little. J.K. Dobbins, Adam Troutman.
Strnad. I can't even believe I'm saying this based on my opinion when Strnad came out of college. Now came out of college hurt, and then was just a special teams guy. But the way that he's been so well-rounded as a coverage linebacker this year, if you had a starting combination of Justin Strnad and Dre Greenlaw for the future of this Broncos team, I think that looks pretty good.
And let Alex Singleton, and we know he's battling, and we're all rooting and praying for him. And he went on Good Morning America today, actually, and said he's hoping to play on Sunday. We'll get our first injury report of the week tomorrow. But you can separate, we're all rooting for Alex Singleton in the football portion of it, that maybe Alex Singleton is playing his last 6, 7, 8, 9 games in a Broncos uniform.
Right.
And that's nothing to do with his health battle. That's just a football thing. And guess what? If they're going to win the Super Bowl this year, Alex Singleton's going to be a big part of winning the Super Bowl. But you're just saying 2026 and beyond, you see Strnad as more of a centerpiece than a 33-year-old Alex Singleton.
I see Singleton as a future coach.
Yeah. Sign him up. Get a ring. Retire. Here's a coaching contract.
Exactly.
That'd be fun. That would be fun. All right, coming up next, what about these penalties, man? What about these penalties? The Broncos are the NFL's most penalized team, and there's one offender. You know who I'm talking about. It's Riley Moss. Sean Payton defended his guy yesterday. You'll hear from him on the other side.
Which running back should lead the way against the Commanders? What should be the top priority for Lance Joseph and the Broncos defense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Red Rock Roofing. Red Rock Roofing stands for greatness, which is why their free inspection videos offer you valuable knowledge and peace of mind about your Red Rock roof. Red Rock roofers use only the finest roofing materials on the market, installing roofs that'll stand up to all Colorado weather, and they'll even upgrade you to impact-resistant shingles at no cost. Call 720-735-ROOF. Visit redrockroofing.com. Red Rock Roofing.
Standing for greatness.
Jim, it's late in the half here at Empower Field, and things are coming down to the wire at the concession stand.
Nachos are a solid choice, but Grant needs to finish strong here.
He scans his wallet and pulls out his Broncos checking debit card for 10% off.
Wow, savvy move. And with no surprise fees, he won't regret this order.
I don't know, Jim. That's a lot of cheese. Bank like a Bronco with Broncos checking from INT Credit Union. Insured by NCUA. Membership required.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Colorado's favorite appliance store is celebrating huge savings during our Black Friday sale going on now. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. Craft your dream kitchen and save up to $4,400 on select KitchenAid appliance packages. Enjoy a special financing and our price match guarantee with exclusive offers you won't find at big box stores. Visit us today and experience the difference. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Ready to find the right candidates for your job posting? Indeed Sponsored Jobs helps you connect with talent that actually matches what you're looking for. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to get to the Broncos and their penalties. Sean Payton defending Riley Moss in a little bit, but we've got some news that is worthy of passing along right now because Coach Prime Deion Sanders is having his press conference up in Boulder, final one of the season. We'll see if he does one next week as a little wrap-up. My guess would be no, but you never know. Could be the last time we hear from Deion other than post-game against Kansas State on Saturday. Deion Sanders, in the last 5 minutes, Cecil, has just announced that QB Juju Lewis will sit out the season finale so he can preserve his red shirt. Senior Caden Salter will start at Kansas State on Saturday.
Okay.
Fairly significant QB news.
Yes.
What do you make of it with the Buffs?
Did Juju want this?
I don't know.
That's my first question. Did he want to retain his red shirt? What does that mean? It means he's going to be a freshman next year, but it's as long as it doesn't make him mad. I just don't want Juju to leave, basically, is what I'm saying. But would he want this? Would you want to go to coach? Now, Deion made the decision. He's going to make the decision whether Juju really wanted to or not. I hope he did want this to save that red shirt. But then you go, okay, well, you had to do this. Juju hasn't looked bad. That's the thing. They're not winning, but Juju hasn't looked bad when he's been out there. The stage is not too big for him. They don't have the talent necessary, and they certainly don't have the coaching necessary for this offense and really the defense to thrive. But my first question when I heard this was like, okay, did Juju want this? How does this impact Juju and his desire to be a Buffalo? I know he said it the other day. We actually played the audio just yesterday of Julian Lewis, like, I'm a Buffalo, my crib's here. It's where my crew's at. Like, I'm a Buffalo. Okay, now how are you going to take the news of not necessarily getting benched, but just you're saving your red shirt?
Little more context from Deion Sanders coming out here in the last couple of minutes. He said that it was his decision, meaning Deion's decision, and he wanted to, quote, do what's best for the 18-year-old. Juju will now have 4 more years to play at Colorado or any other program. That he did not say. That's people editorializing. But
yes,
it's just basically saying that Deion is taking the blame, if you will, taking the arrows for this decision. And my gut is it's actually a great decision because I think it keeps Juju happy. Because guess what? If you made him go play Kansas State, he just burned an entire year of eligibility.
Right.
Now he still has 4 years left. I look at this as Deion and Coach Prime throwing Juju a bone, saying, we are doing you a favor and making sure you can still play 4 more years of college ball. Cecil, I look at this as PR 101. They're trying to make the young man feel like the Buffs are doing him a solid,
right,
therefore he should stay with the Buffs.
And then my mind goes, did he ask for it? Deion's been very protective in a way, and it's kind of interesting that it would be this way, and you can disagree with me if you'd like, but he's been so protective of Julian like he's his son. Like he protected Shedeur, right? And with Julian, he's even said it before, like I've got to ensure that I've got the best project and the best setup for Julian Lewis to have success with the Buffaloes. He's really kind of managed Julian Lewis, and as long as it works out in good football and wins, that's all that really matters. But if this made Julian happy because he still has the eligibility and he's still a freshman next year, but was able to play and see that the stage isn't, they've got something. And I know that college football is different because you can get your quarterbacks from a lot of different places in college football. It's much different than the NFL. But Colorado has a legit quarterback, like a quarterback with star and maybe even superstar potential in Julian Lewis. So if this makes him happy and you get to keep him around for 4 more years, sign me up. I'm all for it.
Well, then what's your handicapping that he transfers? Because that's the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Is Juju Lewis going to be in black and gold next season?
I would like him to be a little bit more forward in like, hey, get me this coach, or hey, get me this style of coach. Something like that, because it's his future. I mean, I believe the Julian Lewis era, however it goes, is going to really kind of cement or define the Deion Sanders era. Because the 2 years with Travis and Shedeur, you can say, oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's a Heisman Trophy winner and a damn fine college quarterback in Shedeur. The Julian Lewis era, how this thing works out is going to define how we remember the Deion Sanders era, but it's also on him and his future. So I would like Julian to be a little bit more forthright and maybe even demanding in a way. I don't mind that from that position. That kid's got a ton of talent. He should be able to call a shot. So if he can go into Deion and say, get me this type of coach, this is what I like, this is what I don't like, and Deion works with him to find the right coaches around him, then I say the transfer chances are very slim. If Deion says, I know what's best for you, you got to listen to me, there's going to be a point where that message falls, for lack of a better term, on deaf ears, where it's like the message is getting stale because I know what's best for you. I know what's best. You're not winning. You know, I see other young quarterbacks out there playing, winning, developing. I think the development of Julian Lewis needs to be managed carefully, but also with him injecting what he wants from not just Deion being like, I know, I got you. I know what's best for you. Look, I got my son. Hey, you got your son as a 5th-round pick. I think Julian could be a higher draft pick and a better outcome for this Buffaloes team. They could be a college football playoff team if Julian Lewis succeeds in the way that he can.
Yeah, and I agree with all of that, and I think today was step one in terms of making sure that relationship is sound. I think you're taking it to step 2, and I think it's a very logical step 2. Juju and his family are going to look at this and say, is this the right coaching staff for me? Is this the right situation for me? But if you forced him to play against the Wildcats on Saturday, you look petty. You're costing this guy an entire year of football to play in one meaningless game in Manhattan, Kansas on Saturday morning.
Right.
By today, you're saying, okay, we are showing you that we want what's best for you. Now work with us a little bit. The problem is Deion stubborn?
Yeah.
And is he going to fire Pat Shurmur? Because there are three main questions this offseason around the Buffs. One, is Deion back or not? I think he should be dismissed. I've been on the record of that for a month. Problem is they don't have the money to pay
afford
him.
it.
He's not going to get dismissed.
He's not going anywhere.
But is he going to leave on his own accord? That's a fair, valid question that we will be monitoring.
Yes.
Two, is Pat Shurmur finally going to get fired? We know the play calling duties got stripped. Are they finally just going to cut bait with Pat Shurmur?
Shurmur's contract is up, so they can kind of do the whole thing of like,
mutual
didn't
parting
re-sign
ways.
it. We didn't re-sign him. We didn't fire him. We just didn't re-sign him.
Let's hope. And then three, the future of Juju. Those are my three big questions.
Yeah.
Deion, Shurmur, Juju. Well, today we're starting to get clarity. If you're just joining the program, Caden Salter will start on Sunday to preserve Julian Lewis's red shirt.
How's that $600,000 doing? Get Caden Salter here.
Was that what it was?
I believe so, yes.
Because that was
what
the
he got
rumor
in
with
the
the cat from CSU, Fowler Nicolosi.
Yes.
That he was going to get $600, and he turned it down, and now he's transferring.
Well, and let's talk about the kind of influence of, or the idea of Deion with Julian comparing to what it was with Shedeur. Because there's another quarterback that you could look at. If you're Julian Lewis, do you know how I look at? I don't really look at Shedeur unless if I buy in with Deion, then I'm all in with Deion, Coach Prime, let's go. But if you just look at Cam Ward, he played at 3 different colleges. This is the number 1 overall pick. And that guy is a baller. Tennessee's not winning any games, but he's a baller. So if you just look at Shedeur and Cam, look how that went for one guy who transferred and went to 3 schools.
Right.
And then one guy that stayed with his pops and then was drafted in the 5th round. So, you know, where's the influence on Julian Lewis here? If he's riding with Deion, then he's staying. But if he starts thinking like, hey, Cam Ward, 3 different schools, that could be me. Because the talent is there. And the thing that you say about him and his family, Julian's the one in control. Deion has the, you know, kind of emphasis of control or the idea, the thought of control. Not in this situation. Julian Lewis can call his own shot.
All right, I'll pin you down real quick then. Week 1, August 30th, whatever it is.
Next year.
Who's the starting QB for the Buffs? Is it Julian Lewis or is it person unknown?
It had better be Julian Lewis. Like 1,000%. Had better be Julian Lewis.
But I also think that's living in a little bit of fantasy. Maybe not quite reality.
Isn't that where I live?
It is. But just to flip it back on me, I think the QB of the Buffs week 1 next year isn't on the roster.
If he slow plays this thing with Julian again, like I know how to protect him. Dude, you're not protecting him. Throw him out there. Bryce Underwood with Michigan.
No, I'm saying Julian
older.
will be playing for a different
elsewhere.
school.
Oh. I'd say the transfer chances are very low.
Ooh.
Right now. Very low.
Do you have birdies on that, or is that just a gut?
No, that's a gut.
Okay.
Now, next year, we'd have a different conversation.
Okay.
But this year, I think it's Julian come August.
All right, we're keeping our fingers crossed for that, but Caden Salter will play in a meaningless Buff season finale other than what's the final score going to be. I think the spread's up to like 20 points. I assume with this news today, it'll go up to 21, 22. The bookmakers are expecting a blowout. All right, let's check our X. Plenty going on in the world of social media. Cecil and I will do that next.
Will Sean Payton turn Bo Nix loose against the Commanders? Will the Broncos defense continue its dominant showing after the bye week? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
It may be the stuffing or the mashed potatoes, but this year, you'll have a new Thanksgiving favorite. Chris Mon here, president of Alpine Bank Boulder, member FDIC. This favorite is out of the kitchen and into the heart of downtown Boulder. Here's race director Lee Troop with the details.
It's the Alpine Bank Thanksgiving Day 5K. There's a kids' fun run too, because everyone loves to feel good. Whatever your age or pace, we hope you'll be there Thursday, November 27th. The event's new course connects the West End and the East Ends of Pearl Street and finishes on the Pearl Street Mall in front of the courthouse.
Here's more to feel good about. The Thanksgiving 5K raises money for Harvest of Hope Pantry. Between now and race day, food donations can be made at Alpine Bank, Runner's Roost, Ozo Coffee, and Wild Provisions. Go to teamboco.com for details.
What's always a favorite? The feeling of gratitude.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Samantha Flanagan here for Flanagan Law. Think a fender bender can't cause serious injuries? Think again. Many significant injuries don't show symptoms immediately. I've seen it. Protect your rights. Look for the Shamrock. Go with Flanagan Law. Online at flanagan.law.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, we are going to check our X momentarily, but this is exciting new news because there's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field in August. Zach Bryan is bringing his Heaven on tour to the Mile High City. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan has your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show on August 13th. All you have to do is download the DenverSports 104.3 The Fan app and click on the banner to enter. And if you would like to purchase tickets, head to denversports.com/orange for more information. Zach Bryan coming to Mile High. You know what's funny? Real quick before we get to check our X.
Yeah.
Andrew Mason texted me yesterday. Said, hey, little heads up on this Zach Bryan concert. You know what this means? And I'm like,
No, please enlighten me. Broncos will open the preseason on the road. And I'm like, that is such a good little Mace nugget.
Mace is thinking about Broncos preseason next year because of Zach Bryan?
Because Zach Bryan's here August 13th. We can send you to the show if you download our app. And it just, I love Mace. God bless him. Because my mind did not immediately go to how does this affect the Broncos. But it's like, you know what, Mace? Kudos to you. You're probably right. Or he is right.
Yes.
If you're circling your preseason schedule, we got our first little hint yesterday. Broncos on the road. All right, what do you got for me checking your X, Cecil Landry?
Yeah, checking our X. Did you know, and this one's from Corey Masiak, the gap between the Colorado Avalanche and the second place in the NHL standings is the same between second place and 25th.
That's crazy.
I'll say that again. The gap between the Colorado Avalanche and second place in the NHL standings is the same between second place and 25th.
That's how dominant they've been.
Yeah. I mean, Freight Train, Avalanche, whatever you want to say, that team has been incredibly dominant and will continue to be so. And I keep going back to last year where we had Justus Annunen and Alexander Georgiev in net, and we're like making excuses. Well, hey, I mean, you just score 5 a night, whatever. 1 year ago today, and this is from BR, Bleacher Report, Open Ice. 1 year ago today, Colorado had the worst team save percentage in the NHL. But aggressive GM work by Chris McFarland totally overhauled their crease, and now the Avs have the best save percentage in the league.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a year ago. Just look at the difference a year makes.
And if you could go have a latte, shout out Sean Payton,
okay,
with Nathan McKinnon, what would he tell you? Thank goodness we did this.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Because it was probably driving him nuts that he felt like the Avs had to win every game 6-5. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Look what just happened on this road trip, Cease. They scored 2 goals in 120 minutes. Now, they scored 2 more that were empty netters.
Right.
But they scored 2 legitimate regulation goals, and they left with 4 points.
Yep.
They scored 1 in Nashville, win 3-0 on 2 empty netters. They scored 1 in Chicago, hang on for a 1-0 win over the Blackhawks. If you have Georgiev and Annunen, that's not happening.
No.
You're losing those games 4-2 and 4-1.
It's embarrassing when you're losing those games. And look at, we'll go back to the Blackhawks game. You're not winning the shots early on as you have normally. So this team is winning in multiple ways. Not just they just outshoot everybody and they've got good netminders. No. They might even get outshot, yet still hang around because you've got that defense, you've got that goaltender, and you're good to go so that even if it is only 1-0, you can secure those type of victories this year.
And it's
absolutely
such a
amazing.
Refreshing feeling for Avalanche fans.
Yes.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
I love it. Jameis, love Jameis. I have to ask a deep and personal question.
Okay.
Do you ever think, Kev, get my theme music? Because, I got a tinfoil hat. And I was the guy that when Tupac, unfortunately, was taken away from us, I was like, the 7-year theory, man, it's Machiavelli. He's going to be back in 7 years. So, yes, in 2003, I expected Tupac Shakur to be back. And, well, he's still in Cuba hiding or wherever he's at.
We hope so.
Somebody brought up on X yesterday that the Michael Jackson Dave thing, do you remember anything about this?
No.
So Michael Jackson might have went on Larry King years ago as Dave. And people are like, no, that's not Dave. That's Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Who had faked his own death at the time. So do you participate in any sort of these celebrity, like, is Elvis still alive? Is Tupac still alive? Is Michael Jackson still alive? Because I totally forgot about this. And I remembered when this happened, and I was like, oh, is MJ still alive? But somebody brought it back up, and I was like, I want to ask Will. Maybe it's just me thinking like, oh, my favorite celebrities can still be around. Or are you one of those like, nah, Tupac's gone, MJ's gone, Elvis has been gone for a while? Like, are you one of those guys?
For as much as I'd like to indulge you, Cease, I think they're no longer with us, unfortunately. But it sounds like you're on the other side of this a little bit.
I mean, at least it's interesting, right?
Sure,
it gives you something to think about. And I was just like, oh, man, I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about when people thought Michael Jackson faked his own death. But, I was very disappointed. Full disclosure, 2003, very disappointed I didn't get more Tupac. Like the remade stuff, the posthumous stuff, even Eminem did some stuff, some work with what Tupac had kind of left over. But, I was one of those guys like, no, Tupac could be out there. he could still be kicking it. More wishful thinking than anything.
See, but you're just a glass half full guy. I love your
well,
optimism.
And the fact is that hip-hop today, what was it, the first time in 35 years there wasn't a hip-hop song in the top 40?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, hip-hop today, you're more of a pop music guy than hip-hop.
Sure.
But hip-hop today is just not good.
Well, I think of my favorite Super Bowls halftime shows over the last, 15, 20 years, and I think of the one in SoFi Stadium with all the guys I grew up listening to.
Okay.
When you had 50 Cent and Eminem and Snoop Dogg
right.
and all that. I mean, I thought that was epic, but wasn't it Kendrick Lamar a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Didn't exactly do a ton for me, so I'm more of a nostalgic guy when it comes to that genre of music than current day, and I guess my tastes kind of reflect the charts that are currently out there as well.
Okay, give me that Jameis.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
Why is Jordan Hudson messing with Pablo Torre?
Oh, gosh.
Are you keeping up with this? This is some of the best drama on Twitter you're going to find.
So this is Bill Belichick's girlfriend. I was going to use an adjective to describe said girlfriend, but I don't want to get sued too. But I think you can think of an adjective to throw in front of Jordan Hudson.
If you'd like, yes.
Yes.
So she had said, hey, I'm going to sue you, Pablo Torre. So Pablo Torre went through some of the screenshots she had been sending. Again, I won't get too much in the weeds with this, but he had uncovered that allegedly some of these screenshots were actually photoshopped, and he just put it out there on Twitter for everybody to see, and he showed how one of his investigators showed how it would be photoshopped. I don't know how they proved that or disproved that or whatever, but why in the world would you mess with Pablo Torre? When Pablo finds out about everything, I think it's wrong-headed. He had put it out there that Belichick wasn't back in the NFL because people thought he wasn't going to put good people around him. Look at what's happening with North Carolina. I think it's just off the rails. Belichick is probably never going to be in the NFL again, as historic, as legendary as he was as a coach. I just look at this Jordan Hudson thing, and I'm like, somebody should tell her to probably stop because Pablo's going to find everything. And when I say everything, he's going to find everything. All those things, we wonder how these two meet, and it's only fuel to the fire when Jordan says, we're not talking about it.
Right.
Was it OnlyFans? Was it SugarDaddy.com? I have no idea. Love is love, right? You're going to find it however you find it. Pablo's going to get any sort of dirt that she has, that Bill has. That if you tempt that bull, he's going to expose everything. So right now, the drama on Twitter, a lot of Pablo Torre, Jordan Hudson.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, I got one for you real quick.
Okay.
Fans are not real thrilled because for the Thanksgiving game on NBC, Jason Garrett will be replacing Chris Collinsworth. We have seen this before. Chris gets to go be with his family, well-earned and all that. But how do you feel about Jason Garrett being the analyst next to Mike Tirico instead of Chris Collinsworth?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Collinsworth just called his 500th game. Is that correct?
He did,
the slide. He slid. He should do that all the time. It's one of the least annoying things about him. Now, here's a guy, that's interesting.
This Mahomes guy.
It's interesting. Full disclosure, I don't really enjoy the broadcast of games. I'm sick brag, bro. I watch the coaches film. So most games, I don't want to watch them live because I don't really like the analysis. I don't like listening. Sometimes the radio calls are much better than what we get on TV. So yeah, if it's Jason Garrett, I'll just have it on mute. Isn't Thanksgiving football, and we can get more in this tomorrow, it's just one of those it's on.
It's background noise.
Unless your team's playing. It's
right.
just kind of on. Everybody's having dinner, hopefully not arguing about politics, and it's just on. So if Garrett's calling it, if Collinsworth is calling it, it won't really matter to me either way.
The good news, Collinsworth will be back for Broncos and Commanders on Sunday Night Football. This is just the Thursday game with the Ravens and Bengals that Jason Garrett will be stepping in. All right, coming up next, Yahoo pointed out the biggest flaw for every Super Bowl contender. What was it for the Broncos? I found this curious, and Cecil and I will dive into it.
Denver is back for their bye weekend, set for a primetime showdown with Washington. Get ready for kickoff with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 1 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Okay, Michael. Any other questions about your Select Health insurance?
How much time do you have?
I have exactly as much time as you need.
Wonderful, because I have exactly 112 more questions.
112.
112.
112 it is. Let's do this.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health, insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Another summer has ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time. Maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T. Because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Planning out your holiday pictures? Let's move you to the front because it's Soda Weight Loss. You could drop the belly fat and gain your confidence back, just like Ramon.
I used to dread those pictures. I'd position myself behind someone taller or make sure I was holding a plate so nobody focused on my belly. But that was before soda. Soda gave me more than a smaller waistline. It gave me back the confidence to wear what I want. And they make it simple. No injections, no hunger, just a plan that worked.
Soda Weight Loss is built for busy people like you.
I lost 82 pounds in just 16 weeks. No hunger, no drugs, just steady, real-life progress with the nutritionist who helps you every step of the way.
That's why Soda has nearly 9,000 Google reviews. And right now, the most popular offer of the season is back. Join today, and your partner joins free. Visit SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
All right, we've had a blast through the first 2 hours on this Tuesday. Feels like a Thursday. Hope your Thanksgiving plans are coming into shape or your prep is going well. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy. Cecil, I put you in a better mood saying your week is more over than it's already begun just because a lot of people, not everyone, and we appreciate those that don't, but a lot of people are looking at a 4-day weekend in the face.
Right, looking at it, right, staring at it, just hoping for it, waiting for it. And I think there was a Skeletor meme All right, might have been a GIF. You know me, I'll probably text you a GIF if you text me something. Although I hate my phone. That had Skeletor on the couch, like in a blanket, drinking a glass of wine, and it said, the night before your day off is actually better than the actual day off.
I totally agree with that.
But the nice thing about a 4-day weekend is it's not just like, oh, I got to worry about going back to work. It's 4 days. You can forget about work. So hopefully you get to enjoy. If you don't, hey, we're right there with you. I'm working through the weekend as well. So I'm working on Thanksgiving. I'm working on Friday. We're going to have orange and blue today for you on Saturday. So, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, but it is kind of nice that folks can hopefully decompress a little. And they do joke that this week at work is kind of like March Madness week, that productivity just sort of crashes and burns.
It kind of dips.
Like, people are showing up to the office, and they're smiling at their boss, and they're, hey, I'm here. And then they're going over to their cubicle, and they're like, solitaire's looking kind of tempting.
You know what I'm also doing as well, and I'm trying to stay on plan with my eating, but I also know on Thursday, it's hog wild. Hog wild. I mean, give me that brisket, give me the ham. I don't mind a turkey sandwich. Thursday, all bets are off. I'm having the pie. I'm having the Cool Whip. I'm having everything.
Cool Whip. Are you cooking?
Yeah, I'll do some cooking.
Yeah, you're a cooker. Mm-hmm. I'm a order pies and bring them down and do my part.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to give free shout-outs or whatever, but there's an establishment that I guarantee people have heard of that is pretty famous for their pies. And I just go on there, I get a couple, I bring them, and I do my part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to my neighbor, Adam, who brought me a pie a couple days ago, and I ate the whole damn thing. So thank you, Adam, in one night.
So you're like, I'm cheating on Thursday. Well, you already cheated a couple days ago.
If I can have one day a week, give me 1 day, baby, 1 day. I got 3 jobs, right? Working all the time.
Yeah.
If I can have 1 day a week where I'm a little naughty, then that's fine.
That's good. Well, we hope everyone has Thanksgiving plans. Tomorrow we'll do some of what are you thankful for on the show. Can't wait to get into that. But in the meantime, we're with you right now for the next 22 minutes commercial free, because Yahoo pointed out that the biggest flaw for every Super Bowl contender, and for the Broncos, they are saying it is Bo Nix. Denver Broncos quarterback Bo Nix, and I'm now reading, has a 94.7 QB rating in the fourth quarter this season and an 11-1 touchdown to interception ratio with a 99.6 QBR when the team is trailing. He's been instrumental in many of the team's fourth quarter comebacks this year. However, there has also been plenty of bad football from the second-year quarterback that ultimately might keep Denver from reaching the Super Bowl. What do you make of Yahoo saying that Denver's biggest flaw, and just to give you some other examples, the Bills, they said a woeful run defense.
Right,
Philly, they said offensive volatility. What do you make of Yahoo saying, hey, we're just going to keep it simple? The Broncos' biggest Super Bowl potential flaw is Bo Nix.
Yeah, I think that's a little ridiculous. Where are quarterbacks judged? They're judged how they do against the blitz. They're judged how they do on third down, and they're judged how they do in the red zone. And I would add another one like the fourth quarter. Isn't Bo Nix pretty much excellent at all those things? Under the blitz, he's one of the best in the league. Third downs could use a little work, right? Of course, with this offense stumbling at times. But fourth quarter, he's money. So if you had to pick a flaw, and I don't know if this was written, well, it was written after the J.K. Dobbins injury, so I can't say it's like without the J.K. No, it's written after the J.K. Dobbins injury. It's running the football.
Right.
That's their biggest flaw. It's not Bo Nix. Bo Nix is a work in progress. Bo Nix has had a sophomore slump, not a sophomore jump. But if fourth quarter he's money, under pressure he's money, he can't be the biggest flaw on this team. So I think whoever wrote that, and I did look, it wasn't my buddy Frank Schwab, who kind of runs things over there at Yahoo, and it's a great job. So whoever this is that wrote that at Yahoo, they're not thinking of everything it takes to play quarterback. Is he consistent this year? No. Outside of the Dallas game and the Chiefs game, he's had 2 complete games. That's it. Great fourth quarter against the Giants, great fourth quarter against the Eagles, other times, other flashes. So is Bo Nix consistent? No. Does he need to be? Yes, of course. But is that the biggest flaw on this team? Or is it the fact that they are not really going to be able to run the ball without J.K. Dobbins. They have not proven that yet. It's only been a game, but still very, very important piece of the puzzle that they're just flat out missing right now.
So your mind goes to, hey, maybe Bo hasn't been perfect, but there are other bigger flaws. And the point of this exercise was to identify the biggest flaw, and you have issue with that selection being Bo Nix. You would have gone to the running game. I think you could go to the pass catchers as well before you go to Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Yes. Not only the drop rate, but just the lack of explosiveness. I mean, how many times is it, hey, Bo's throwing a deep ball to Troy, oh, and it didn't work, with Troy Franklin. Now, he had the huge catch against the Chiefs to set up Will Lutz's game-winning field goal, but some of the numbers are alarming, and if I have to hear one more time, well, they had the chemistry at Oregon, why don't they,
Of course, yes.
I actually agree with you. I would say running game's a bigger flaw, and I would just group pass catchers in the whole. Now, if you wanted to go specifically, I'd say tight end, because Evan Ingram's been underwhelming in a Broncos
His
uniform.
drop rate's one of the worst for a tight end.
And he's just disappeared at times. He's just not on the football field.
Yeah.
Certainly, I don't think we'd go anything on the defensive side of the ball. But if the Broncos don't make the Super Bowl, we both agree it's going to be the offense. But neither of us goes right to the quarterback a la Yahoo.
Yeah, a la Yahoo, directly for Bo Nix, which, again, it's like, are you not understanding the flaws that are here with this team? Defensively, we might be able to talk about Riley Moss, and we can have that conversation about Riley.
We had that bump because we had some breaking Buffs news with QBs, but we will get into that.
We'll get back to the Riley Moss, kind of talk and conversation. But offensively, I can't point my finger at Bo Nix when I see so many other flaws. The drop rates, the tight end position, and for me, just the lack of running the football. And what kind of knocks you off course in the playoffs? Playoff hockey changes. Playoff basketball changes. And you bet your ass playoff football changes. And it becomes merely this. Who can run the ball, who can play great defense. The Broncos can play great defense. There is no doubt. Can they run the ball? That I'm not going to say that they can't, but they haven't shown that they can without J.K. Dobbins. And there's nobody coming there. I'll use the old line of like, hey, Peyton Manning's not walking through that door. Hey, guess what? Terrell Davis isn't walking through that door. You've got to go with what you've got because Dameon Pierce said no to you. You have not yet gone out and got someone off a practice squad like a Jeff Wilson. You didn't do anything at the trade deadline. This could be the thing that knocks this team off course. This could be the thing that robs them of their chances at a Super Bowl. The inability to run. Let's say you're playing with a lead. Bo Nix got a lead, fourth quarter, tough. The Bills come in, right? They're the 7 seed, and they come in here to Denver. But you need to eat out the clock. You need to grind this thing down, and you just can't because you don't have. JK was so nice. What a luxury, right? 1st and 10, 2nd and 3.
Mm-hmm. We haven't had that since Philip Lindsay.
The first carry is always, at 5, 6, 7 yards. Sean Payton's got a lot in his playbook for 2nd and 3.
Right.
Now with RJ Harvey, it's just kind of who he is. 1 yard, negative 2 yards, 50 yards. But you have to make sure that 50-yarder's in there somewhere, or else it's like this last time out where it's 11 carries and it's like 3 yards a carry. That's not good enough. As excited as we can be about RJ Harvey, merely put, it's a production-based business, and that's not the production you want.
Well, and Sean Payton took a handful of questions on his conference call yesterday. First time we've heard from Sean since after the Chiefs game, and was asked about that running game against Kansas City.
The number of touches that we had, the number of runs we had was down. Looking back at it, Jaleel had a handful of good runs, and I think with the flow of a normal game, he's going to be important for us in this stretch. Obviously, RJ as well, and then Prentice played probably one of his better games. He didn't just play at the fullback position, but he actually went in with some of the pressure stuff that we were getting from Kansas City on 3rd down and was outstanding.
All right, with all due respect to Adam Prentice, when you have to cite Adam Prentice as a reason your running game went well, you're kind of thin at that position, and you could even hear it in Sean's voice of like, well, Jaleel had some good runs. So I think the million-dollar question as we start to shift the focus to the Commanders, and we'll give you more of a full preview of Broncos in Washington tomorrow, is Jaleel McLaughlin the new starting running back on this football team?
Here's the problem. Every time he's on the field, he's getting the ball. That's a complete tell. They have
he can't
to
pass
change
block?
it up.
Yeah.
Okay. And if we look on the season, entering the game against Kansas City, RJ Harvey had 4 pass block snaps. The season.
That's
4.
low. Very
Against
low.
Kansas City, he doubled it. He had 4. He's got 8 pass block snaps right now. Jaleel McLaughlin barely, even less than R.J. Harvey, gets those pass block snaps. I talked to Joe Lombardi about this when Jaleel was a rookie because 83% of the time when he was on the field, he was getting the ball. Guess what they're at now? 83% of the time, Jaleel McLaughlin's on the field, he's getting the ball. That's a total tell.
Right.
If 38's on the field, he's getting the rock because he's not pass protecting and he's getting it on a screen pass or some sort of toss play. I don't mind the idea of more Jaleel, but also with that, it's gonna need, you gotta pass protect, man. He added 12 pounds of muscle to his upper body, and you can tell. We've actually seen him break some tackles this year. I don't want Bo Nix to get hurt, but at the same time, I don't want it to be a tell when Jaleel McLaughlin's out there. He has to pass protect. You have to put him in those positions, and if he can't do that, then why is he playing?
But didn't it look to you like Jaleel was running angry against Kansas City?
Yeah, he's very fired up for his opportunity.
I mean, that was a guy who was ticked off that he couldn't get a jersey.
He doesn't get a jersey most weeks.
Can he keep that fire, though? Or is that sustainable? Because, and we can talk to Philip about this when he comes in it, too. I think it's human nature the first time you get a chance to do something, you're going to go to the wall, right? Can you every week go out there and go, well, I didn't get a jersey the first 10 weeks, so I'm going to run with my hair on fire? Doesn't really feel sustainable, right? It doesn't feel like that's a formula of, just ticked off Jaleel is going to feed him. And you heard it from Sean there even. He likes some of Jaleel's runs, but let's be honest. If Jaleel was good enough to play week in and week out, he would have been playing week in and week out right now. I think it goes back to a little bit of our Dameon Pierce conversation as well, as I wasn't the biggest Dameon Pierce guy on planet Earth, but also now that the trade deadline has come and gone, like your running back room is an underwhelming R.J. Harvey, a drop case in Tyler Bidet, and a can't get a jersey in Jaleel McLaughlin.
Good luck.
It's a terrible running back room. It just
it's not
is.
Great, Bob. No, not at all. And if you're Jaleel McLaughlin, can you keep that fire and energy? We know what the answer is. The answer is no. On a weekly basis, can you drum that up? Here's the good and the bad. It is a double-edged sword, and I believe in telling the truth. The truth isn't meant to make you feel good, so sorry, Jaleel. This one's probably going to sting a little bit. Jaleel McLaughlin is getting more run, right? If he does do that. My fear is that it'll be a 3-headed committee. He won't get those extra looks, those extra carries, those extra snaps. So every time he comes on the field, what is he going to be doing? He's going to be pressing. He's going to be pressing, and that's all he's going to be doing is he's going to continue to press, and he's going to try to make a big play. Sometimes you just got to jam it up in there for 3 yards, and I believe he'd be more capable of that this year because of the 12 pounds, and it's all upper body. Like his lower body's still slender. His upper body's different now.
Mm-hmm.
So 12 pounds is significant to
just
just one part of your body.
It's a lot of weight.
But he's got to be able to prove that he's not trying to hit a home run every time he's out there. He's not trying, because then you start doing things that lack discipline. As I said, sometimes it's blocked for 3. You just got to take that 3. And stopping and starting and trying to bounce it outside, that doesn't work at the pro level. This isn't Youngstown State. Not even close. So my fear is that Jaleel won't get those extra snaps. And then when he does get on the field, it's like, I can do it, coach. And then you're trying to do too much every time. I'd like him to get those more snaps because then he understands, hey, I'm part of this. I'm a big part of this. He can be even the leading rusher for this team on a weekly basis, even with limited touches and even working in a 3-headed committee, because it's not there yet with RJ. Maybe it never gets there, but we haven't seen it as a runner outside of 2 runs on the season. So with Jaleel, he actually has to play more to do more, which doesn't sound philosophical. It just sounds ridiculous, but he needs to play more and actually in some of those snaps just pass block, not actually touch the ball, but be on the field where the defense isn't able to know you're getting the ball.
And do you think that Sean Payton, he doesn't love this because that would be naive. Sean's too good a football coach to love this. But do you think there's a tiny little part of Sean Payton that now that he doesn't have J.K. Dobbins is just like, bleep it, I get to throw the ball 40 times a game with Bo Nix?
Pretty sure there's a little bit.
I think there's a little in it.
1%, 5%. Give me a number. I'm going to agree with it.
20%.
25%?
Yeah. Like, I think there's a tiny part of Sean Payton that's like, Well, now that I don't have JK, no one can blame me for not running the ball. I'm just going to chuck it all over the field with Bo.
Right. And that's a problem because there will be moments where you need to grind out that play clock. And Vince Lombardi said 3 things can happen when you throw the ball. 2 of them are bad. One's a pick, one's an incompletion. So I kind of like that where I'm guaranteed the clock is going to run, but you've got to move those chains. You've got to get those first downs on the ground. And I really don't know who that is. It's not Tyler Bidet.
No, he didn't even get a carry against the Chiefs. Didn't get a single
He's
carry, and that's
block
without J.K. Dobbins.
He's getting pass block snaps, and then he's dropping passes left and right.
Do you know what their yard per carry was? And I'm quizzing you a little bit. I get
Okay.
it. But what do you think their yard per carry was against the Chiefs?
As a team,
Mm-hmm.
it was less than 3 yards, right?
It was 2.8.
2.8, yeah. I was going to say 2.9, but
RJ, 2.7 yards a carry.
not great, Bob.
Jaleel, 3.2 yards per carry.
Better, but how many times did we bag on Javonte Williams? Because Javonte is like 3 yards a carry, like, this isn't good enough. Yet everyone's like, they're fine. I still see that. I see it on social. Sometimes I see it in the YouTube chat. Shout out YouTube. We see it on the RamosLaw.com text line. Why are you guys hating on RJ Harvey? Why are you guys hating on Jaleel McLaughlin? It's a production-based business, and they're not producing at the expected rate. All these other rookie backs, whether they're second-rounders like RJ Harvey or seventh-rounders like Kyle Monangai with the Chicago Bears, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, I know he's been benched now, but like he was doing some things for the Commanders previously. Almost all of these rookie running backs are kind of producing. Once in a while, you know, there's a flash a little here and there. Look at the breakout of Travion Henderson.
Sure.
Look at Quinshon Judkins. Hell, look at Dylan Simpson with the Browns. On a 66-yard, Shedeur just flicks it. Kid takes it 66 yards.
He gone.
I know that RJ's done that as a receiver, but he needs to do it as a runner because that's what this team needs. Their biggest flaw, it's not Bo Nix. It's their lack of that guy that can get you that tough yard, 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, plug it up in there, go get you those 3 yards. They don't really have that guy right now.
Well, and that brings us full circle on where we started this conversation. Yahoo identified the Broncos' biggest Super Bowl flaw as Bo Nix, and both Cecil and I think it's the running game, and we just spent time dissecting why that is and sort of the writing on the wall that unfortunately it's not going to get a lot better because it's November 25th and you can't really remake your roster. I also mentioned the pass catchers, though, as well, and I'm sick of the quote-unquote chemistry between Bo Nix and Troy Franklin that seemingly doesn't exist. Here was Sean Payton talking about Troy Franklin taking next steps this season.
I think he's explosive out of his break. I think he's not afraid to compete at all. He's real good at the line of scrimmage with his releases. I think there's a confidence that Bo has with him. It's a little bit what we saw from Marvin. I'm happy with that room. I mean, those guys are all competing, working hard, and going against some real good defenses.
I mean, Sean's not going to throw Troy under the bus because Sean's the one who has Troy Franklin basically leading this team in targets this season,
Right.
which is insane that it's not Cortland Sutton, that it's Troy Franklin.
That's wrong-headed, by the way. It needs to be Cortland.
It has to be Cortland. You just paid Cortland. Why'd you
He's
pay
the number
Cortland?
one. He's
Yeah.
the number one. What are we doing? And I don't need, like you, I don't need they played at Oregon. Yeah, we know. We got it.
We get it.
Cortland's more productive than Troy. It needs to be 10 targets a game for Cortland Sutton, period, full stop. And then Troy gets second, whatever, 8 targets, 6 targets. I don't care. It needs to be 10 targets every game for Cortland Sutton. And you know what the conversation is? Well, the defenses are double-teaming Court. Yeah, they double-team Amon-Ra St. Brown.
He still makes it
They
work.
double-team Justin Jefferson. They double-team a lot of number one receivers out there, and those guys still get theirs. And Court's not the type of guy to say something. I wish Court had a little bit of Brandon Stokely because we love Stoke. We love him. But we know he's a diva, right? And we
yeah.
love him for his diva nature. I wouldn't mind if Sutton had a little bit of that Stoke in him where he's like, hey, give me the rock, give me the rock, give me the rock. Because Bo would listen. You'd listen. Bo stood on the table for Court to get him paid. And now you're not using him? You're not using him enough, that's for sure.
Well, you look at the targets this year. Troy Franklin has 81. Cortland Sutton has 74.
That's wrong.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Meanwhile, Cortland Sutton has 140 more yards than Troy Franklin. Think about that. 7 fewer targets, 140 more yards, and their catches are almost identical. Troy with 46, Cortland with 45. That means Troy Franklin's catching a little more than half his targets, whereas Cortland Sutton's catching about 2/3 of his targets.
Mm-hmm.
throw the ball to 14 more. Is this Commanders game a get-right game, if you will, for Courtland Sutton? It feels like he's been awful quiet. He had the great touchdown catch against the Texans a few weeks ago. I mean, that was gorgeous. But it just feels like Courtland hasn't had many explosive moments over the last month or so.
I think that's why Troy's catches are down, because he's the guy they throw the long ones, as you mentioned earlier, like, it's off target. It's a Bover throw to Troy Franklin. Like, as great as their chemistry was at Oregon, you don't really see it translate in the way that you would think.
No.
Part of that's on Troy and his drop rate. Part of it's on Bo and the Bover throws. So funny. But I would like to see more Court. Is it a get-right game? I hope so, because that would look real nice for these Denver Broncos.
Well, and to be fair, on that last drive to beat the Chiefs, Bo did hook up with Courtland a couple different times on that drive,
Some
including
big ones there, yeah.
the massive 3rd and 15 for 20 yards. I mean, at the time, that was one of the biggest throws of Bo Nix's career, because I think we all agree 3rd and 15, if you have to punt there, Mahomes is driving down, running out the clock, and Harrison Butker's kicking a game-winning walk-off field goal.
Yeah.
And they found Courtland for 20 yards. So I do need to be fair there and give him the credit. The problem is it just hasn't been consistent enough. It's been few and far between. And then we're complaining about Troy Franklin. Well, he also hit Troy Franklin for that huge 15-yard gain to really get them into comfortable field goal range with under a minute to go as well. So it's not that Courtland and Troy haven't made plays. I mean, we have a game-winning drive the last time the Broncos took the field as an example. It's that they just disappear for large stretches of time. And we hear from Sean going, well, Troy's out there competing. Competing's an answer you give me in July, dude.
Right.
You know what I care about competing? Training camp. I care about results in November, not July.
Yeah, not July. I care about this team getting to a Super Bowl, and how do you do that? Kev just told me that the great Demaryius Thomas had 10 targets a game with Peyton Manning. Why can't we do that with Courtland Sutton? And by the way, I have seen some coverage roll towards Troy. So if Troy is actually getting double-teamed and Court's one-on-one, then those passes better be for Court. He's coming through. He's clutch for his guy. That's why against the Chiefs on some of those third downs, you could go to Courtland Sutton. He is clutch. I think Pat Bryant is clutch as well, but he's, further down in the pecking order. I think more Marvin Mims could kind of help this passing game and the running game. Give him a handoff or two a game, supplement and maybe boost that average as a team. But yeah, this whole Troy Franklin thing, it's a little bizarre that he's got way more targets than Courtland Sutton.
It's crazy. If you had to power rank the Broncos receivers 1 through 4, not in terms of who's the best, but who you want to see get the ball the most, what would your list look like 1 to 4? And we're not going to put Evan Ingram in this exercise. We're strictly no, it's okay, no disrespect. I just want to strictly do wide receivers.
Okay. Pecking order is this.
Who you want to see get the football.
Court, Marvin, Troy, Pat.
My list is the exact same. I would put Marvin at 2. I'd put Marvin ahead of Troy. Yeah.
He's more explosive than Troy. He's got he's shiftier when it comes to quickness, and he's still fast. Troy's just fast in a straight line, which is awesome. Marvin can do more after the catch.
And Marvin Mims, he did have that time in concussion protocol. He's only played in 9 games. Guess how many catches Marvin Mims has this year?
12.
22. But still.
Okay.
That just feels low.
Yeah.
We're at Thanksgiving, and Marvin Mims has 22 catches.
And remember, last year, he started to get going.
He did.
And then kind of took off. Why aren't we seeing more of Marvin Mims?
It's $1 million question.
That's something that needs to be corrected.
And let's hope it starts to look like it did against Cleveland last year. We all remember the touchdown, the 2 against the Bengals in Cincinnati. Let's start having those kind of moments for Marvin Mims in these final 6 regular season games. All right, we didn't get to it before, but we'll get to it next. What's going on with Riley Moss and all these penalties? And Sean Payton defended his guy. You'll hear from the Broncos head coach.
It'll be fine by dusk, but I'm telling you, baby.
There's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field next August. Zach Bryan is bringing his With Heaven On tour to the Mile High City, and we want you there.
Let me go.
Download the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app and click on the contest banner to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the hottest show of the summer.
We're having an all-night revival.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
You have launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver, but still can't get a mortgage? I know. As a small business owner, I've heard it. Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry, you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? What's up, everybody? It's Cecil. I know, it's crazy, but at cakehome.com, they can look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved without touching your current rate. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means they understand complex income streams. And if you're self-employed, a founder or freelancer with cash and a good credit score, this is your opportunity to get approved. No W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. That's 888-EAT-CAKE or visit cakehome.com to get approved now. Cake Mortgage Corp., Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1734623. Licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Broncos country, football season is in full swing. Whether you're bundling up at Empower Field or heading to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, make sure you get there on time and in style. Let my friends at Hermes Worldwide tackle the traffic and parking hassles for you, and all you need to do is sit back, relax, stay warm, and enjoy the ride while they get you to and from the game safely, so you can focus on the important stuff, like watching your favorite team stack those wins or making as many memories as possible with your loved one and friends. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Select Health, how can we help?
Representative.
I'm ready to answer any questions you have.
Representative.
I'm Sam.
Representative.
It sounds like you said representative. One moment. Select Health, how can we help?
Finally. Hi, I have a question on copays.
I can help with that.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health. Insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, so we know that the Broncos are the NFL's most penalized team, and cornerback Riley Moss has accounted for more penalty yards than any other player in the league. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammey. Cease, think about that sentence. Riley Moss, more penalty yards than any other player in the league.
Ouchtown population you, bro.
Does that hurt your heart a little bit?
Yeah, it does. I like Riley Moss. I think Riley Moss gets a raw deal out there. But now he has a reputation. It's almost the same as Garrett Bowles. years ago when it was holding number 72 and everybody'd lose their mind. Now, if there's any sort of questionable, there's pass interference on every play, period. But if it's questionable, there's going to be a flag on Riley Moss. That's what they're doing now. And yeah, he's grabby. Everybody's Sauce Gardner's grabby, more grabby than Riley Moss is. He doesn't have these sort of penalty problems. But now that reputation is there, I'm not going to say it's impossible for Riley to shake this reputation. It's just going to be really, really, really difficult.
And I do think at some point in time, Broncos country is sick of holding their breath every time a quarterback throws a deep ball.
Yeah.
Because we know it's not going against PS2. We know it's going to be 21. And we're all looking for the flag. Like, I'm to the point now where normally when the football hits the ground, you go, woohoo, my team broke the pass up.
Incomplete.
I'm not looking for that right now. I'm looking
Where's
for the little
laundry?
flag graphic with Riley Moss. And Sean Payton sort of defended his guy yesterday while also acknowledging that things have to get cleaned up.
With Riley, sometimes it's technique. Sometimes it's the traffic opposite of a real good corner. Now, Pat hadn't been healthy, but, there's some things that I'm sure he'll want to clean up. And then there are a few calls where we look at and it's tough to try to clean up or correct something if you don't agree with it. Overall, the penalty thing is not just one player, though. The penalty thing is by far, when you look at the totality of it, and if you do your homework on it and you look offensively and defensively, that's something that we as a collective have to get better at.
All right, so he goes and addresses Riley. It's got to be better. But then two things. One, he says we can't control all the penalties, and Sean's not trying to get fined on a Monday morning conference call. I get it, but clearly he's disagreed with some of the calls. Heck, we saw him throw the temper tantrum on the one against the Giants that ultimately maybe helped because New York scored quicker and the Broncos were able to go kick the walk-off field goal. But then two, he also steers the conversation for, well, it's not just a Riley problem. It's an everyone problem.
Right.
What do you make of Sean? Of course he's going to have his guys back, but what do you make of Sean trying to take that conversation in a couple of different directions?
Is rodeo clowning it? Ooh. When you rodeo clown something, you're like trying to distract. Over here, over here, over here.
A little harsh.
Don't stare at not the actual clown. It's the usage of his words of like distraction over here. It's not really Riley Moss, but yeah, it's something that he has to do. It's something that he's going to do. But what's the reality of the story? Riley needs to be better. Period. Because now if there's anything close, and you mentioned it, kind of giving me anxiety thinking about it. If it's 3rd and long, I don't even care. The Chiefs, it was what, 3rd and 16?
Just chuck it.
You just throw it up. You're going to get the flag, especially Kansas City, right? So if you are facing whoever, it doesn't even matter. Patriots, and you're in Foxborough in the AFC Championship game, and it's 3rd and forever. 1, Drake May has a rocket arm, so that doesn't matter. But then 2, it's Riley Moss. There will be a Riley Moss penalty that really hurts. And I hope it doesn't cost this team a chance at a Super Bowl, because that's what we're setting up for. If we kind of fast forward this thing, AFC Championship, Riley Moss, PI, puts the Patriots in field goal range, and they knock one through.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
But you're just putting it into the universe that Riley Moss,
it's already there, bro,
could enter Raheem Moore territory in the playoffs.
It's already there. It's his work. It's his doing, and he's the one that can change it.
Well, he better change it, because guess what? Raheem Moore may be the nicest guy on earth. It's not a name you say in Broncos country that people are real fond of.
And he is a nice guy. And by the way, I blame a few people.
Tony Carter.
Tony Carter didn't even touch Jacoby Jones. It's 3rd and forever. You got a fast guy like Jacoby. R.I.P., by the way. I still can't believe Jacoby Jones has passed.
Yeah.
Tony Carter doesn't touch him. And then I blame Elvis Dumerville, who couldn't get around Bryant McKinney, a backup left tackle at the time. And it's 3rd and forever. Joe Flacco, not the most mobile guy. And Elvis couldn't get to him on 3rd and forever. Tony Carter can't touch a speedy guy. You know what he's doing. So I know Raheem gets a lot of blame for that, but there's a multiple breakdown on that play. But Riley is approaching that territory, yes.
Well, and it just scares you because you brought it up, so I'll just go there. The thought has crossed my mind, too. That is a fateful PI call going to doom the Broncos season.
Yeah.
And I don't think that PI call is going to be on PS2 or Brandon Jones or Talanoa Hufanga or Chris Abrams-Drain or Jaquan McMillan.
Yeah.
Like if you had a time machine right now and you say you come in on a Monday morning with your heart ripped out because the Broncos season ended over a PI call, I think we all know where our mind goes.
Yes.
It's to number 21.
Yes, 1,000%. And now, because I'm a comic book nerd, you got me thinking about Doctor Doom. Okay? And I don't know how much you participate in Marvel movies, but if I think of, like, who's the Doctor Doom for the Broncos, is it Riley Moss and a PI? Is it the Troy Franklin drop? You know what I mean? Is it some sort of, like, running play that doesn't work or a screen pass for the love of God that doesn't work because none of them have worked? Like, there's these speed bumps or potholes that the Broncos need to avoid somehow, some way. And with the Riley Moss pothole, they really can't avoid it. He just has to be better. There's no way you can, hey, I know it's third and forever, Kansas City. Don't throw it at Riley. Of course they're going to throw it at Riley. No matter how you roll your coverage, they're going to throw it at Riley.
But is it too late in the season to change personnel? Because that's what I've argued for.
You've argued a change in personnel.
Yes, you've took Jahdae Barron in the first round. I think Chris Abrams-Drain can play. I think Jaquan McMillan can play. I think you have 4 corners that can play, and I'm not so sure Riley Moss should be on the football field as much as he is.
As much as we appreciate Chris Abrams-Drain, and Mace has these numbers more so than I, but if we look at, like, who are the options, right? You bench Riley Moss. Who are the options? KAD has got one of the worst coverage grades in the NFL. Of, like, the 150.
Is that like PFF nerd stuff, though?
A little bit,
okay.
Honestly. And Riley Moss's grade is much better in the nerd stuff, okay?
Yeah, but he doesn't pass the eye test. I don't care if he passes the nerd test.
He's getting a ton of targets. Here's the problem. I'll go to Jahdae and Jaquan. Jaquan's a slot, in my opinion. I don't think he's an outside guy. I could be totally wrong. Whatever. But on the Jahdae thing, we need to have the conversation of if he's the tight end killer. Has this team finally discovered a way to slow down or even stop some tight ends? I know it didn't happen that way with Kelsey, but we've seen at times that this team has played pretty good against tight ends, which is something we've never really said. And is it Jahdae Barron, his coverage of tight ends? Possibly. That could be the case. And if that's the case, I don't want him on the outside.
Right.
If he's the tight end killer and, you know, Hunter Henry, I'm going back to the Patriots. You're facing the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. You wouldn't experiment at that time. But I don't want to rob you of the ability of Jahdae Barron as a tight end stopper because Riley Moss is stinking on the outside.
But you drafted this cat in the first round, and he
But
won
if he's
the
the tight
Thorpe
end
Award.
stopper, if he's the tight end stopper,
but he
isn't
can
that-
play anywhere on the field.
He should be able to, yeah. In theory, he did in college. He was the star, the rover, basically, where they move him around the formation. So I get what you're saying, first rounder. But I really like the ability to slow down tight ends. And if Barron is that guy, I don't want to remove him from that.
Okay, but let me simplify this for you. Who's the weakest link on the Denver Broncos defense?
It's Riley Moss.
It's Riley Moss.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we just sort of batting our head against the wall saying it's going to get better? Maybe it'll get better next season. It's not going to get better this year. I think the bye week was probably time to make defensive personnel changes, and I'll be curious to see if that's the case against the Commanders on Sunday.
Yeah.
And I like Alex Singleton, and I'm rooting for him, and he's been through a hell of a battle, and he's an awesome story.
He's
and
pushing
I love
to be back this
that
week.
He's spreading awareness, and he may play this week, but I would call him the second biggest liability on this defense. But I would call Riley Moss the number one liability on the defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of fans are big Riley Moss supporters and defenders and all this and that. And I root for Riley Moss because he's wearing orange and blue, but I'm also not just going to do pom-pom radio and tell you everything's great. And I know you're not either.
No. Everything's
not great with Riley Moss right now. So I do think we have a little different philosophies on you think this is just kind of who you are and we got to gut through it.
But
I would look for bigger changes.
And I'm not Dr. Doom myself, but Barron could be worse on the outside. I like what he's doing against tight ends, and I don't want to lose that. It's not a guarantee that Barron's better than Moss on the outside as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gambling with something that's working. The tight end thing is working. I kind of don't want to mess that up.
And did you see Jahdae Barron posting the caption on Instagram of
Put me in a song.
Tell Swift, put me in a song with Travis Kelce.
I guess
putting the ball.
he's an artist, right? Everyone's a rapper, so I guess he wants to be put in a song now.
Well, and the Swiftie Army came after him.
He wasn't saying it was a bad thing, though. If he's an artist, if he's a musician.
But he was posting a picture of Travis Kelce with the football on the ground telling Swift, put me in a song.
Yeah.
You think Travis is going to remember that on Christmas night?
Yeah.
Because I do.
Oh, yeah.
I do.
He will.
And he had a good game against the Broncos regardless. What was it? 9 catches, 91 yards?
And that's the problem with Kelsey, specifically him, is he runs choice routes. There's no route. He just goes and gets open. And him and Mahomes got that mind meld.
All right, there was some Hall of Fame news in the NFL today. How did it affect the Denver Broncos? We will tell you next.
Which running back should lead the way against the Commanders? What should be the top priority for the Broncos defense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at Corwin Toyota. Get a new 2025 Tacoma with rates as low as 1.99% APR for up to 60 months, or lease for as little as $39.99 down and $279 a month for 36 months. Or lease a new 2025 RAV4 for $39.99 down and $299 a month. Visit us up Pearl Parkway or shop online at CorwinToyotaBoulder.com. Corwin Toyota, family driven for over 100 years.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Gobble, 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 gobble. Oh, man, I do a terrible turkey impersonation. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs from Jacobs Law on 303 Law 4040. Those of you that listen to the Dan Jacobs Show know that I just love the holidays. But I also know these holidays in particular can be really tough on a lot of people, whether it's the government shutdown, inflation, the economy, whatever it is, or some people just have a hard time during the holidays as it is every single year. It's just a hard time of year for them. As always, we want to be here for you. If we can help out with a little bit of that with free food and groceries, we would love to have you any first or third Thursday of the month. Come on out to Eastern Hills Church at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. We're even doing smoked ham and turkey this month in honor of Thanksgiving. So if you need it, anybody, no questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. 4 to 6 p.m., Eastern Hills Community Church, every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Brandon Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So we got some Hall of Fame news today. Not good news for the Denver Broncos. There are 26 candidates in the modern era players category that have reached the semifinalist stage. Possible election to the Pro Football Hall of Fame's class of 2026, 26 for 26. Will Peterson in for Josh Dover. Cease, not a massive surprise, but no former Broncos on this list. There were 12 that were eligible. It had either a cup of coffee with the Broncos or it spent their whole career. I'll give you those 12 real quick.
Okay.
Jarrell Casey, Jamal Charles, Ryan Clady, Vernon Davis, Elvis Dumervil, Brandon Lloyd, Brandon Marshall, Tom Nalen, Simeon Rice, Rod Smith, Ted Washington, and Wes Welker. Obviously, a guy like Tom Nalen, Ring of Famer, played forever with the Denver Broncos. Ryan Clady, long career with the Broncos. Some of those others as well. Guy like Wes Welker, yeah, had a couple good years here, but he's more known for his time in New England. Regardless, none of these 26 names, and I'll give you some as the segment goes on, are Broncos or ever played for the Broncos. Are you surprised?
No, not really, based on who's up and who's going to get in and who is automatic first ballot Hall of Famers. It's tough, and the Hall of Fame process is odd anyway in the NFL. Mike Shanahan should have been in a long time ago. Now, how are you ever going to get in as a wide receiver, unless you're Larry Fitzgerald, of course, but like, how is that even going to be possible to squeak into this Hall of Fame? So they're doing their thing, and maybe one day we'll get more, even part-time Broncos in, but it's not going to be right now.
Yeah, and Mike Shanahan and Dan Reeves did earlier, we found out a few weeks ago, advance to the semifinal stage for the coaches, so that's good news that Mike could still get in. Now there's that whole wrench of Bill Belichick being involved. But out of those names I gave you, who screams Hall of Famer? You want me to give them to you one more time?
Yeah.
Jarrell Casey.
Okay.
Didn't play much with the Broncos.
Right.
Jamal Charles barely played with the Broncos.
Right.
Ryan Clady, long time with the Broncos. Vernon Davis. Have I ever told you my Vernon Davis story?
What's your Vernon Davis story?
I mean, a lot of people saw it, but I just felt so bad for the guy. You're at the parade at Super Bowl 50, and, you know, these fire trucks are rolling by, and there's the no-fly zone, and there's Peyton Manning and John Elway, and there's all the running backs, there's all the receivers, and then Vernon Davis was just by himself on a sad little fire truck.
He was by himself on his own fire truck?
Yeah, it was kind of depressing.
I mean, he got to be on a fire truck, right?
He did, but remember,
we were watching. He was on the fire truck.
They traded for him and had big expectations,
Yeah.
and then he didn't really do much.
Hey, got the ring. He's one of those guys when you do the school project, he doesn't do anything, but he gets the A.
Yes.
That was Vernon Davis.
Elvis Dumervil, Brandon Lloyd, Brandon Marshall, Tom Nalen, Simeon Rice, Rod Smith. That's going to be a big one. Ted Washington and Wes Welker. Who of those guys are Hall of Fame worthy, Cease?
Tom Nalen. First and foremost, Tom Nalen. One of the best and nastiest centers in NFL history. A leader on that Super Bowl, two-time back-to-back Super Bowl champion winning Denver Broncos. Tom Nalen is the easy answer for me. My heart goes Rod Smith, but the way wide receivers are in today's pass-happy league, it's going to be very tough for Rod Smith to ever be a Hall of Famer. I hope that someday changes. And then, did you mention Ryan Clady? Ryan Clady
I
is
did,
on that.
yep.
Yeah, so for me, you know, injuries aside, when he was healthy, he was the best left tackle in the league. Supremely gifted athletically. To be that big and that athletic should be unfair. But Ryan Clady was that guy. So, yeah, I'd say Tommy Nalen first, Ryan Clady next, and Rod Smith. We can all hope, but I don't think that ever happens.
Yeah, those would be kind of my list as well. Obviously, the late, great Demaryius Thomas is going to get involved in this conversation at some point as well. And with Nalen, you know, you and I both worked with Nalen for a long time. We know Tommy super well. Like,
Yeah.
I know the guy, Tom Nalen,
He's
really
great
well.
on air.
He's amazing on air, and he's just the nicest dude, and he's lost so much weight. And, you know, if Tom walked down the street, people wouldn't know, hey, that's one of the best centers in NFL history.
Right.
But I also think that, if you look at a guy like Tom, I do think there's some politicking when it comes to the Hall of Fame. And Tom's not going to do that, right? That's not Tom's style.
Right.
And even like his Ring of Fame speech, weren't you working with Tom at the time when he went into the Ring of Fame?
Such as.
Everywhere like such as for Miss Teen South Carolina.
Yes, and nobody remembers that, but he was so happy to do it. He talked about it on air like, I'm going to do this. And then he did. And it's like, what was it, like 60-second speech?
Yes. It may have not even been 60.
Very, very brief. But that was Tommy, right?
But don't you think there's an element of like staying in the spotlight helps the Hall of Fame? And Tom doesn't crave the spotlight like some of these former players.
Right. Do. Or, is not set up in that way. We love Steve Atwater. Like, we love him. Absolutely love him. He's like the nicest guy on the planet. And he clearly is a Hall of Famer. Zero question. But there was a concerted effort back in the Orange Blue 760 days. A concerted effort from guys like Andrew Mason, our buddy Ryan Edwards. Like, they were, making sure when they got guests on their show, it was always like, hey, let's get on some Hall of Fame guys. And Steve Atwater was on the air with them as well. So Steve kind of did that dance a little bit, and I believe that did help. And even when he got inducted into the Hall of Fame and it was announced, he went out of his way, personally thanked Mace at his presser, thanked Ryan at his presser, because he understands what that type of like being forward-facing in the media, and whether it's an AM sports station or whether it's on DenverBroncos.com or on YouTube or whatever, Steve Atwater did that dance, and I do believe that did help his cause. Not from our perspective, we already knew Steve was a Hall of Famer, but just from like a national perspective of like, that Steve Atwater guy, he's got to be in the Hall of Fame, and I think there was a benefit in being kind of forward-facing. And Tommy's never... I'd love it if Tommy would, because he's awesome on air. He's great. He just doesn't want to do it.
He's probably not going to do it. Is there any other Broncos? Because I know a lot of the wrongs have been corrected. Like Randy Gradishar got in, obviously. Steve Atwater got in, obviously. We're all praying and rooting that Mike Shanahan finally gets his turn in. But I do think, you've been in this market for a long time. I've lived here almost my whole life. There was a stretch there, like early 2000s, mid 2000s, where it's like, oh my gosh, so many Broncos are getting snubbed.
Right.
And then we've had a lot of Broncos get in. We've had Terrell Davis get in. We've had Shannon Sharp get in. Steve Atwater, Randy Gradishar, Peyton Manning, of course, no-brainer, first ballot. Is there anyone left, other than Mike, and I get Mike's a big one, that you're just screaming blue in the face, you can't believe they're not in the Hall of Fame
Carl
just yet?
Mecklenburg.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, he played 7 different positions in the NFL.
That's crazy. It's hard to wrap your mind around.
And he was good at all of them. So when you have that sort of versatility, it kind of goes hand in hand with the Randy Gradishar thing. My heart would say Tommy Jackson, because my second favorite player of all time is Tommy Jackson. But he's not going to get in. Carl should be, though. It's ridiculous what he was able to do on those Orange Crush defenses, and the fact that he played 7 different positions and played them well. It's a rarity. No, who else has done it? Who else has done it?
No one I can think of.
We're excited when a guy plays like a couple of, like he's a corner and a safety. Carl Mecklenburg played 7 positions. So
that's crazy.
I would throw my hat in the ring for Carl Mecklenburg.
Yeah, I would too. And then we're obviously all rooting for Mike. I mean, it just I feel for Mike Shanahan, man, because every year
to be so influential in this league and to have the league ignore you.
It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And this year, if it's Belichick, because even though he's coaching college, he can go in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's going to be, the whole wait another year thing. And I know Randy Gradishar spoke a lot about that. Once you get your heart ripped out, it's like, I have to wait an entire another year to get another shot at this. Yeah, it's crazy.
That stinks. And Mike should have already been in there. They always had the excuse of like, well, he's still kind of coaching with the 49ers. Oh, God. He's still doing that today. You think Mike Shanahan can step away from football? No.
That's his DNA.
Yeah, so put the guy in the Hall of Fame because he is so deserving.
Yep. All right, coming up next, Cecil Lammey is going to dive more into the Broncos and the Commanders. Plenty of other musings from our guy on the other side.
Will Sean Payton turn Bo Nix loose against the Commanders? Will the Broncos defense continue its dominant showing after the bye week? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's time to pack the CU Event Center for Colorado basketball. There's an alley-oop to the net. The Buffs are back, and single-game and group tickets are on sale now. Come cheer on your Buffaloes as they take on Big 12 powerhouses like Arizona, Kansas, Texas Tech, and more. Groups of 10 or more can take part in exciting game day experiences. Grab your tickets today at cubuffs.com/tickets or call the CU Athletics ticket office at 303-492-8282.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Cold weather's coming fast. Do you have a game plan for winter? If your heating system is more suited for the bench, now is the best time to upgrade your system with the best pricing of the year. Take advantage of tax credits and energy rebates before they run out. Only from my team at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 10 years. I noticed that I was really tired. I was lethargic. I didn't sleep really well, and I was overweight. My waist was 4 inches over what it should have been. It was really difficult for me to lose the body shape I didn't like. And of course, my marriage, yes. No man in their 40s wants to have low libido in their marriage. I'm really thankful for this therapy because it just makes me feel the man I want to be. Active, at home, everywhere. If you're feeling like I was, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and get checked. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Thanks, Greg. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Right now, they have a generous deal on windows. Receive $1,000 off every 10 windows you purchase. On top of that, they want to be a part of your Thanksgiving celebration. They will provide you with a $100 gift card to your local grocery store to contribute to your Thanksgiving festivities. Call 5280 Exteriors today to take advantage of this special November promotion. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
I know some people think after a car accident, do I really need a lawyer? Hiring Postman Law isn't only about the courtroom. We're your single point of contact in a complicated claims process. We take on the insurance adjusters, organize your medical bills, coordinate with doctors, and make sure nothing gets missed. Get the outcome you deserve without the headache. Call 844-POSTMAN. When other firms promise, Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney Advertising.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hour number 4, quarter number 4 of Dover and Cecil. Cecil Lammy sitting here. Of course, Josh Dover taking a little road trip. Kevin Kistner on the 1s and 2s. And we've got no Jaden Daniels this week. Now, as I've often said, Kev, there is no Jaden Daniels slander on this show because I definitely believe in Jaden Daniels, my number 1 quarterback last year. I did say in August, I was like, he's going to have a he's going to have a bad year. And he's having a bad year. He's barely healthy. He's barely played. And it's Marcus Mariota instead. And I know that, are they even messing around with it? They will practice. This is from Adam Schefter. Jaden Daniels will return to practice this week, but sources say to Adam Schefter, he's considered unlikely that he plays Sunday night against the Broncos. They've always called it a long shot that Jaden Daniels would play in this one. I'm just going to say he's not going to play. So you, Kevin Kistner, as the Big Bo Knicks guy, does it take a little bit of the excitement away? Because when the schedule came out in April or whatever, everybody circled this game. I know you did. I know I did. Not because I had Jaden rated higher than Bo, but just because I knew this was going to be a battle between two of the league's best young quarterbacks, and now it's not going to be.
Well, it was. I was thinking that maybe they might flex this game out of Sunday Night Football, but they got to that window and they're like, no, we're going to keep the game. The NFL said they're keeping the game.
Yeah.
But it kind of sucks when we had so much hype on this game. So much hype. Like, is this the next big rivalry in the NFL?
Right.
Probably not going to be Payton Brady ever again, but could this be something? And this would have been the start of it. He did say today that if he's healthy, he's going to play. I don't think it's for him. I don't think he should. Just against this Broncos pass rush, just take the week off. It's better long term for them.
Yeah.
Take the week off. Don't force it. The season's probably done. Just do what you need to do in the future.
Well, and the thing is one, that elbow injury was gruesome.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't his knee.
Yeah.
You know, like Robert Griffin III on the same surface, on the same field, by the way, at the same location. Like, that elbow injury was gruesome. They're not going anywhere. There's no need to rush him back. But by the way, that does not mean, full disclosure, tomorrow I'm picking the Broncos to win. I'll tell you my score prediction. We'll do our mile-high moments that I'm going to steal some of yours from, or at least one from your multiple choice list. It still doesn't seem like a gimme game. What have they lost? 6 in a row, right? 6 in a row? They've lost 6 in a row.
I believe so.
Okay, you know what that means.
They're
for
due
all of
for
our
one.
degenerates out there. They're due for one. I don't want that to come against the Broncos. I don't look at this as like, oh, no Jaden, no problem.
Well, and Marcus Mariota, he's no slouch either. It's not like they have some random backup quarterback in that hasn't played hardly all year.
They're not starting Max Brosmer
No.
the way the Vikings are now.
Yeah. I mean, this is a guy who's come in and won games in the NFL. I believe he had a couple big games last year for the Commanders. So it's not like a guy who's just going to come in like, I haven't played in 5 years.
Yeah,
Here
he's
I am.
seen a lot. Vance Joseph really isn't going to be able to fool Marcus Mariota in the way that he could name young quarterback, insert young quarterback here. Terry McLaurin participated in practice on Monday, so he's looking like he could be back the first time since week 8. So that's something to think about. Noah Brown, their big play wide receiver, he's been cleared to practice. His 21-day window is now open. So that's a team that's getting healthier outside of their quarterback. But this is one of those games, I say win them all. I wouldn't mind somewhere, not on purpose, but if this team dropped a game against the Packers, right? I'm not going to lose my mind. They're 9 wins right now, and it's been perplexing for some, not for you, not for me, not for Dover, but there's been some out there, Drew Spivak, that are like super surprised they're 9 wins. I had them at 8-3 at the bye. You had them as a similar measure. Both of us
like
with 13 wins as the only ones to say that this year. But I look at this game and go, okay, I don't believe they'll lose this one. If they do, I'm not going to lose my mind. If they have a couple of losses in these next 6 games, I'm not going to lose my mind. I think people are kind of prisoners of the moment. And that's why all of a sudden, I just told Richie Carney, who of course kicked down the door during the break, talking about how they need the number 1 seed. They need the number 1 seed. I believe that comes, and James Palmer has said it, Will Peterson said it, Richie Carney professes it. Like there's people out there like they need the number 1 seed. To me, that's a lack of belief. Like, oh, well, the Broncos are struggling so much, they need all the breaks. They need everything to go their way. They need that number 1 seed when just a month ago, hell, 2 weeks ago, nobody was saying a damn thing about the number 1 seed. Why? because they were saying, oh, they're lucky to have 7 wins. They're lucky. Yeah, but what had happened is they can't beat Kansas City. Then they beat Kansas City. Goalposts keep moving. And this damn number 1 seed thing, I'm telling you, Kev, all it is goalposts moving. I'm blaming Richie. I'm blaming Will. I'm blaming everybody.
Did the Nuggets need the number 1 seed when they won the finals a few years ago?
Right.
Did the Avalanche need that number 1 seed? No. They were the best team. Right now, you can argue that the Broncos have one of the best teams. We said that going into this year. On paper, this could be a Super Bowl winning team. Now, you had to go prove it. And they're proving that. They haven't done it in the best ways that we've wanted them to.
Right.
But they've done that. But then I've also started thinking, too, Cease, Sunday Night Football, they're basically, quote-unquote, the number 1 seed, because if they win out, they get the number 1 seed over New England, even if the Patriots win out, too. Is Sean Payton going to try to flash some extra numbers here? Is he going to try to put more points on the board?
I would love it.
Just to show the whole world, yeah, this is who we are.
I would love it, but at the same time, I don't have any confidence that they can do it because they haven't done it. They've had opportunities to do it. Raiders game. Raiders are terrible. Look at what Shedeur Sanders tore them up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, they've had opportunities and they haven't done that. But I will say this. We'll do a little would you rather, right? We'll go the common radio bit, right? Everybody does it. Would you rather? Would you rather, and I'll just put it at 9-2 because the Patriots were 9-2 until the Broncos had a bye. Would you rather be 9-2 against the third easiest schedule, or would you rather be 9-2 with a much tougher schedule? They're about 16. They're about middle of the league for the Broncos, but the wins are a little gritty, a little grimy, a little ugly, right? Ugly wins on the Broncos schedule. So would you rather be 9-2 with the third easiest schedule, or 9-2 gritty wins?
I kind of want those gritty wins.
Mm-hmm. What do you learn more from? Easy playing a bunch of patsy slappies? Like, Patriots will line them up slappies. That's all they got. But slappy. Next game, slappy. Yeah. Broncos have been tested.
They've been tested all year long. Even like when we go back and look at the Super Bowl 50 year, we always have to refer to that year. Remember who they beat? They beat a Bengals team with A.J. McCarron, who was looking really good. That game went into overtime. They came back and beat Phillip Rivers and the Chargers. Then it was Ben Roethlisberger and the Steelers. Then it was Tom Brady. Then it was the MVP.
Right.
They had a tough stretch. The Broncos can have a tough stretch like that. That's going to mean more to them than playing the Panthers, the Saints, give you another bad team, the Raiders going into the playoffs. You want those tough wins, man.
You want those tough wins because they're going to test you in a way that, quite frankly, and I'll say it to be bold, I'm emotional and opinionated, but I texted myself. On this show, sometimes I talk about the texts I send to myself, which isn't a weird thing because Dover does it too. I texted myself this yesterday. Emotion is information, not an instruction.
Okay.
So emotion, why am I feeling a certain way? It's because my environment is giving me information. It's not instruction. Basically, it was the thing about anger. But I'm going to say this, and I'll say it with emotion, which is my instruction. The Patriots have had an easy path. In football and in life, you don't learn from easy. You learn, when Shedeur said, I don't fail, well, tell me, if someone tells me they don't fail, that means that they don't know success. True success is driven by failure. The Broncos have had failure after failure. Now, wins, they're failing and they're winning.
Yeah.
They're learning while they're failing. They'll be better prepared. And again, it's a mental thing. I keep emphasizing this for all the number 1 seed, the people that don't believe, basically, is what I'm saying. Richie doesn't believe. Will doesn't believe. James Palmer doesn't believe. They need the number 1 seed. Wait a second. 2 weeks ago, you weren't even talking about that. Now they need the number 1 seed? Oh, yeah, it's because you're moving the goalposts. You don't believe. I believe that failure creates the best success because failure is the best teacher.
Well, and look how many wins, like we've said, how many wins did they have where everyone sat here and said, oh, it looks like a Tebow game.
Right.
They were never Tebow games.
God.
But they failed to win the way they were supposed to. They're supposed to be dominating teams. That was our expectation this year with this offense. You got a joker role. You went out and got your running back that you wanted in the draft, Sean Payton. This is the offense that is supposed to be dominating. They're not, but they are winning games in failure ways. Meaning, yeah, you go and beat the Raiders 10-7. Well, that's a failure of a win. There's so many failures of wins. You beat the Eagles. Yeah, but you got to have a special fourth quarter comeback.
Right.
Same with the Giants, a historic one. You failed at wins. Now let's go get those wins.
They're not winning in the way that people want them to. It doesn't mean they're not winning.
Exactly.
They're still 9-2, and I'll just say, okay, Patriots beat up on Carolina. All right. They barely beat Buffalo. They barely beat the Saints. Saints are terrible. Nobody talked about that, by the way.
Nope.
The Broncos barely beat the Raiders. Everyone, oh my God, the Broncos are frauds. They barely beat the Raiders. You barely beat the Saints. You barely beat the Saints. They barely beat the Falcons. Falcons are terrible. Okay, they barely beat Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay's a good team. They barely beat the Bengals. Bengals don't play defense. So, again, if we're going to hem and haw about Drake May, which is fine. Drake May's a good quarterback. But if we're going to ignore what Bo Nix is doing in the fourth quarter and under the blitz, under pressure, I think it's wrong-headed. And I think here's why people do it. Here's why people do it. And I'll wrap it up saying this. They move the goalposts so when the Broncos don't do it, they can say, just like I told you they needed the number 1 seed, just like I said. It's not about that, baby. It's about wins, and it's about getting to the Super Bowl and winning the damn thing. It's Dover and Cecil. Will Peterson sitting in for Josh Dover. We got to talk some Broncos, and are you excited about extensions that could happen later on? We'll talk about it next.
Denver is back for their bye weekend, set for a primetime showdown with Washington. Get ready for kickoff with Denver Game Day, powered by Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos. Live on Game Day starting at 1 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Hey, I'm Steffi. You may know me from your social feed. I go big for the holidays, so I'm going to Famous Footwear because the best gifts are giving famous. My friends and family are gonna love all these styles from Nike, Adidas, Crocs, New Balance, Skechers, and more. With over 800 stores, you're never far from the perfect gift. So make your list and make it famous. Come in today for buy one pair, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear or famous.com. Some exclusions apply.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone and... that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
The U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame game at Ball Arena is Thanksgiving Saturday, and we have a deal for you as loyal listeners. Family 4-packs are now under $150 in the lower bowl while they last.
Puck on the side of the cage. Seawolves pressuring. Shot at another save by Quentin Miller.
Go to DenverPioneers.com and use code RADIO. Cheer on your 10-time national champs, your Denver Pioneers, at Ball Arena Thanksgiving Saturday.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know that feeling when you catch a glimpse in the mirror and think, hey, I look 10 years younger. That's what happens when you stop dieting and start doing Soda weight loss.
I tried point counting, calorie counting, shots, and nothing has worked until Soda weight loss.
Soda weight loss gives you a personal nutritionist you can text anytime.
Everybody's great here. Everybody's encouraging. There were some times where I felt down and they brought me back up. If you stick with this program, you will lose weight and you will get to your goal weight.
When you sign up for Soda weight loss, your partner joins for free.
If you're ready to feel stronger, healthier, and yes, look and feel 10 years younger, this is your moment. No meds, no gimmicks, just real results with real support.
Remember, sign up now and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. Visit our Denver Clearance Center during our Black Friday sale going on now. Save up to 75% on name brand appliances like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, GE, and Bosch. With unbeatable prices on top quality appliances, now is the perfect time to upgrade your home. Don't miss out on these exclusive deals. Visit us today at the Denver Clearance Center. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance. Open 7 days a week.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you. This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, hanging out with you on this Tuesday. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover.
How was the Mile High Hockey podcast?
All right, so we do have to clarify because we're already getting some texts about it on the
What's
Rollislaw.com
with
text
that
line.
bloody nose thing that people are trying to go after my man Will Peterson?
All right, so we have to remember that not everyone's listening all day, every day. We do have those folks, and we appreciate them.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But some people just get in their car 20 minutes here and there. They're not totally looped in. All right, so on Friday, I was filling in for Zach By, and around 2:40-ish, we hit that break. And it's dry, man. You know it's dry. We need the moisture. Shout out my guy Chris Bianchi. We need the moisture.
Right, always.
My nose just starts bleeding. And not to be too graphic or gross, but it's going, right? It ain't stopping.
It's a faucet.
And I kind of we're in the break and we have countdowns. Hey, you got a minute left. You got 30 seconds. And I said to Amanda, our program director, I said to Dante Gomez, the producer, I said, this thing ain't stopping. So Phil gets all panicky, because he's
nervous.
He's afraid he's going to have to go solo, whatever.
Right.
And God bless Richie Carney. He comes running in here and fills in and does the segment. But then yesterday at 2:15, I'm listening to Zach and Phil because Zach made his glorious return. And they're having fun of Phil punched me in the face and I got this bloody nose. And, it was all chaotic and whatever. And I did want to clarify. It's guys, I did 3 hours and 45 minutes of the 4-hour radio show.
Yeah.
But then today, I'm only going to do 3 hours and 45 minutes of the 4-hour radio show because I went and recorded my Mile High Hockey podcast with our guy Drew Spivak during that last segment. Love that you and Chicken Fingers got to banter for a little bit. But no, I just want to clarify there was no bloody nose today. I was doing another aspect of my job that happens to fall during the 10 to 2 hour as I fill in for Josh.
Well, and let's talk about the Avs because you came off the Mile High Hockey podcast. I mean, what a glorious time to be covering this team. What a glorious time to be talking about this team because they're on track. I had the number yesterday, 137 points on the season? They've been averaging roughly 109 points a year for the last 3 years.
Which is a huge number.
It is. But 137? That's gargantuan.
You're talking all-time great category
yes, right.
with 137.
Right, and then crushing, I believe the team record from the championship season was 119? Top of my head. So you would crush that record. you had set a new team record. They are steamrolling their way through this schedule. And we talk about goals differential. We talk about the standings with this team and how much of a runaway it is with the Colorado Avalanche. So if we're going to do like weak spots for the Broncos, right, like the Yahoo Sports things, I was thinking of this yesterday, and obviously the depth has already been tested, right, with injuries for the Avs. So you could always say that, but where's the Dr. Doom with the Colorado Avalanche? Where's that scenario with depth already being tested? What's the scenario that knocks this freight train off the tracks?
I mean, I don't even really want to
Is
say
there
it out
one?
loud, but it's catastrophic injury to 2 or 3 different guys.
Okay, but besides injury, because their injuries, Val's banged up, like they've been tested injury-wise already, is there something that is it power play? Because we're sitting here at the end of November. It's almost Thanksgiving. Their power play still sucks. It was supposed to be different. And I had admired early on, like within the first 4 games, because I remember saying it, and then Spivak kicked in the door. He's like, their power play's terrible. The spacing is good. They always seem to try to find the perfect shot. You know what I mean? Maybe they get a little too cute on the power play when sometimes you just got to get muddy. You got to get greasy. You got to muck it up a little bit right there in front of the net. Is that something that can prevent them? Like, what's stopping this train, basically? Catastrophic injury aside. But, like, is it lack of power play? Does that bite him in the ass at some point?
Well, it did because it bit him in the ass in the playoffs last year, right? The special teams were terrible. So then I'll give you one more. Dr. Doom, if we're doing the comic book thing.
Yeah.
It's the Dallas Stars.
Woo.
It's the Dallas Stars.
Okay.
The team that's knocked you out of the playoffs each of the last 2 years has had your number forever. I mean, you think about Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Patrick Waugh, they could have 4 or 5 Stanley Cups if it weren't for the Dallas Stars in the late 1990s.
Right.
And because of the stupid playoff format that Gary Bettman, the commissioner of the NHL, refuses to change, you're probably going to have to play Dallas at some point. Now, the good news, if you get the 1 seed, you'll get a wild card team in the first round.
Right.
And then we'll keep our fingers crossed. The Dallas and Winnipeg have to play each other. And I'll ask you this, unapologetically, I will be cheering for the Winnipeg Jets. If someone else wants to take care of the Dallas Stars, earlier you were saying, I want the Broncos to beat the best and toughest path. I don't care. If someone wants to take out the Stars for me and I'm drinking champagne at the parade, I won't remember that they didn't beat Dallas to win another Stanley Cup.
Well, I'll agree with you with the Avalanche for merely this. They've been past the second round once with Nathan McKinnon. They won it all when they did. But one time, you kidding me? With this team, they've got to advance further. Now, speaking of people that listen and watch all day, Mel, our dear friend Mel, she's a hockey gal. She's an Avs gal. First thing when you jumped on this morning, you know what Mel said in the YouTube chat? Now you can talk to Will about his hatred for Marty Netches.
I don't hate Marty Netches.
I thought your Dr. Doom scenario would be like Marty disappears in the playoffs again, kind of like he does all the time. What's your faith that he does it differently this year?
I think with the contract, man, he's going to play a lot more settled. I think in life, not just pro sports, but in life, when things are settled in your life, you just are performing, if you will, at a higher level. Yes. And I think with Marty Netches, he's here the next 8 years. He's going to be able to play more relaxed hockey. And I'll tell you this, and I told Dan Jacobs it because he tried to pick a fight with me a few weeks ago.
Of course, Dan Jacobs picking fights. Shocker.
I love Dan, but he'll have me on a Saturday morning. I'm in a good mood. A Sunday morning, I'm in a good mood. And then Dan will just start coming for me. I'm like, Dan, can we just have fun? No, I do always have fun with Dan. But Dan tried to do the Mikko thing with me again. And I told Dan, and I did get a little stern with Dan.
Okay.
I'm done talking about Mikko Rantanen. Because once Marty put pen to paper on the contract, to me it just closed the trade. The trade's done. It's over. None of us have a time machine.
Yeah.
And Marty Netches needs to perform in the playoffs. And believe me, if Mikko knocks him out again, those conversations will resurface come April, come May. But for right now, I'm just so over uttering the name Mikko Rantanen. And, I'm going to go a little deep here, but can you respect that? Can you respect that? Like that I just don't want, it's like an ex. Like sometimes you go through a bad breakup.
Why are you all focused on the ex? Right.
Mikko's my ex. I don't want to talk about him anymore. We broke up. The city of Denver broke up with the guy. Now, are those wounds going to get reopened in the postseason? Perhaps. But for the next 6 months, can we just not talk about Mikko Rantanen?
That'd be nice. It'd be nice. And then can we talk about Marty turning on in the postseason?
That's
the main question. And if he does it, honestly, I'll say this, as a dear friend, Will, you won't need to say anything.
If he doesn't perform?
If he doesn't perform in the playoffs, you won't need to say a damn thing because you've already said it. You're like, hey, this is a problem. And it's up to him. Again, action. Intention is great. Action is everything. If he doesn't, then that's on Marty.
Yeah.
You just signed a guy that disappears in the postseason. Period. That's what he's been doing. He needs to change that. But he's the one that can change that.
And will the show in 35 minutes come in here and put themselves in pretzels to defend their boy? I don't know. But they are the Marty Natchez fan club, Zach and Phil I'm talking about. So he's going to have to perform in the postseason. That is another Dr. Doom, is will this guy's production match what it has been in the regular season? And it's been great. And I think that was part of the reason the contract got over the finish line is because he got off to such a good start
Well,
this year.
let's do this because I like, comic book nerd.
Yeah.
I like this Dr. Doom talk. Do you want to do the Nuggets next?
Sure. That's a professional radio tease from Cecil Lammy. What could derail the Nuggets? We'll do that on the other side.
It'll be fine by dust, but I'm telling you, baby.
There's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field next August. Zach Bryan is bringing his With Heaven On tour to the Mile High City, and we want you there.
Let me go.
Download the Denver Sports 1043 The Fan app and click on the contest banner to enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the hottest show of the summer.
We're having an all-night revival.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
How is it that you make all that money and still can't buy a home? Are you kidding me? Well, it's because you went to an outdated lender. Hi, everybody. It's Cecil. At cakehome.com, they look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just tax returns, helping people like you get approved. Or maybe you're looking to buy a rental property. Well, Cake has that covered too. Programs qualifying you using rental income, often even when rent falls short of the mortgage. Sounds too good to be true? Well, it's not. With your good credit and cash for the down payment, Cake can make your dream a reality, but you have to call now before these low rates and programs go away. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. Again, that's 888-EAT-CAKE, or visit cakehome.com right now. It's Cake Mortgage Corp., Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1734623, licensed in Colorado by the Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply, based on approved credit.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids are going to grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices are going to be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up and you still won't understand what 6-7 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at O'Meara, and don't miss the payoff reduction event happening now at O'Meara GMC. Here's how it works. Your payoff's $18,000 at O'Meara GMC, it becomes $6,000. If your payoff is $14,000 at O'Meara GMC, it becomes $2,000. If your payoff is $12,000 at O'Meara GMC, it becomes $0. Over 1,000 vehicles to choose from, and 0% APR financing can save you even more. It's all happening right now at O'Meara GMC on 104th, stock TG 100701. Must qualify for all rebates.
Select Health, how can we help?
Representative.
I'm ready to answer any questions you have.
Representative.
I'm Sam.
Representative.
It sounds like you said representative. One moment. Select Health, how can we help?
Finally. Hi, I have a question on copays.
I can help with that.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health, insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, the RamosLaw.com text line is on fire, 303-713-1043. It's Will Peterson in for Josh Dover, hanging out with Cecil Lammy. The 5659 says, this is Jim in Melbourne, Florida. Did you guys see that Dion is sitting Juju against Kansas State? We did see that, Jim. They're going to preserve his red shirt, go back to Caden Salter. I want to get to the Nuggets conversation, but I appreciate Jim's text. And another quick thought from you, Cease. This is kind of the Buffs news of the day.
Yeah.
Juju will not play against the Wildcats, so he still has 4 years of eligibility remaining. I think this is smart by the Buffs. I think this is catering to Juju of, hey, please don't transfer. Please stick around. We're doing you a favor by not trotting you out there in a meaningless game to preserve an entire another season of you to play college ball.
Right, and we're talking about Dr. Doom scenarios. Just got done talking about the Avs. YouTube chat is certainly reacting to that. What's the Dr. Doom for the Buffs? No Juju.
Is that he transfers?
Yeah, no Julian Lewis. And I believe that next year, starting week 1, it's going to be Julian Lewis. I think after next year, we have a conversation based on how this season went and based on the coaching staff around him, the talent pool that is around Julian Lewis. If, in fact, Julian, this was Dion's decision, because he totally said it was his decision, okay, as long as Julian signed off on it and kind of wanted this, then I applaud said move.
But wouldn't Julian be crazy to not sign off on this? I mean, it's one worthless game in Manhattan, Kansas versus an entire another year.
Right. And I think that with the modern athlete, it's about what's best for me and my career. So it's not, I remember years and years ago, oh God, do I remember this? I think I was at, shout out Chris, Blake Street Tavern, and I was broadcasting when Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey, remember they didn't play in their bowl games?
Sure, and that was like innovative at the time. It was a big deal.
Yeah, it was like, why? They didn't want to compete. So I don't think that this is that sort of like, well, Juju doesn't want to compete in his last game. No, he wants to be smart about his career. That's a bona fide, I mean, he's got star potential, certainly. He could be the best quarterback in college football. If he hits his total 10 out of 10, he hits 100% of his potential, that's what the type of talent we're talking about with Julian Lewis. So if he's okay with it, I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it as well. I just think it is common sense at this point in time. We get one more game at Caden Salter. The Buffs are like 20-point dogs, and then we can flush this turd of a season once Saturday comes and goes. All right, you mentioned what is the doomsday scenario for the Nuggets? And we're going to leave catastrophic injuries aside because no one wants to talk about them.
That's
injuries can happen. But what can derail the Nuggets outside of, I'll throw another one out there. Yes, we all know the Thunder can probably beat the Nuggets. Do you have something else that comes to mind of if this season isn't special for Denver, it will be because of fill in the blank?
Bench goes cold? Do you like that?
I mean, the depth has been upgraded.
Depth has been upgraded. It's been tested. And we know, let's say, for example, the guy that did everything last night in Timmy Hardaway, does he go cold at the wrong moment? Like, he's been pretty hot, and shoot, and that's what he's going to do. And he's going to throw it down, and he's going to have alley-oops. Like Tim Hardaway Jr. with a fun game last night against the Grizzlies. Obviously, what Peyton Watson is doing, we'll see if AG, when he's back, what does Watson do coming in? And, as long as his defensive effort is fine, his offensive outpouring has been fantastic, especially from the arc. But if I look at a Dr. Doom doomsday scenario for the Denver Nuggets, not using catastrophic injury, but what kind of hangs them up a little bit? To me, it would be the bench going cold because it's so nice in your staggered minutes at least, or when your bench is out there. I mean, Valanciunas is a starter, and he's out there playing reserve minutes.
He could start for half the teams in the league.
Exactly. It's so fantastic because when they feed him in the low post, or hell, even when he takes a three, that's a guy that you trust. Like, I trust Valanciunas so much, and it's such a blessing to have in a reserve role. We look at this Denver Nuggets team, they're built so much differently than they were a year ago. So what could knock them off course when they're looking at perhaps a franchise record for wins this year? It's that bench maybe going a little bit ice cold at the wrong time.
Yeah, I would agree with that because the depth has been upgraded on paper, but we still got to see it in the playoffs. And is David Adelman going to be less stubborn than Michael Malone? Malone really only wanted to play 8-man rotations. And guess what the Thunder and Pacers did last year, the two teams that reached the NBA Finals? They threw that narrative out the window. They played 10, 11 guys in the playoffs, and they were comfortable with it.
Right.
And will Adelman do something like that? To me, though, it comes down to Jamal Murray. And I know that Jamal Murray has come out of the gate so much faster. He was awesome last night against the Grizzlies.
You're channeling your inner Dover, by the way.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not a hater on Jamal. I'm not saying Dover's a hater on Jamal, but maybe a little. But I do think with Jamal, it's, for whatever reason, he's a little bit of a roller coaster in terms of his intensity level, his want-to factor. And it's pretty rare in sports you see guys get one ring and say, well, I got one, I'm good. But I'm not going to lie, that thought crossed my mind with Jamal the last couple of years. Like, is this a guy who's just content with one title and content with one parade and content with that being his legacy? And I think, and maybe I'm oversimplifying things, I think Jamal heard the noise this summer. I mean, people were flat out calling him fat, which is offensive to a lot of people. It's particularly offensive to a pro athlete.
Oh, yeah.
And what did he do? He goes to Vegas for the Summer League, takes his shirt off. He ain't fat. He goes to Denver South, starts working out with some high school kids. He ain't fat. I think Jamal heard the noise, heard the chatter. The problem is we need Jamal to stay in this zone for the next 6 months. I think he will, because I think once you're in the season, it's easier to just, you're in shape. You get up, you're in shape.
That's what you do.
You're not going out partying, whatever. But we also saw Jamal Murray, leave the team to go to MMA fights or whatever in New York or whatever. I think the focus level for Jamal is the Dr. Doom for the Nuggets. He's got to keep this same intensity between now and the middle of June. Is that fair?
I think that's very fair, and it brings up Scotty interviewed him after the game, and they've got a bit of a break. Like, when do the Nuggets play next time?
Not till Friday.
Not till Friday. So a little bit of a break here. And Scotty asked him about, hey, you got a bit of a break. What are you going to do? He goes, as little as possible. So I think it's Jamal understanding when you got to work, you got to work. And if you have some time off, enjoy it as much as you possibly can. Whereas in years past, we always were curious, is Jamal taking his conditioning seriously? Where is he at that mentality? Why is Jamal kind of waiting to flip the switch? I think this year, and he's never going to be a shutdown defender, but I even appreciate his defensive effort. He'll just run to try to run a guy out or whatever. He'll put a hand up. He does these little things that he wouldn't do a year ago. Now he's doing those things. Again, still not a world-class defender or whatever, but at least there's some effort there. There's some engagement there, not just offensively. And part of that noise, it didn't come from Nikola, but didn't part of that noise be hey, you're the reason why the best player on the planet only has one ring? Totally. Because if Jamal goes ham, the way Jamal can go ham, they're getting another ring.
Like he did in 2023.
Exactly.
I mean, I always think of him and Jokic both having triple-doubles in a road game against the Miami Heat. Hey, everyone, there's something in the orange and blue coming to Empower Field in August. Zach Bryan bringing his Heaven on Tour to the Mile High City. DenverSports 104.3 The Fan has your chance to win a pair of tickets to the show on August 13th. All you have to do is download the DenverSports 104.3 The Fan app and click on the banner to enter. And if you would like to purchase tickets, head to denversports.com/orange for more information. Your chance. Zach Bryan tickets. All you got to do is download an app. All right, coming up next, do the Broncos need to be all gas and no brakes for that number 1 seed in the AFC? Cecil and I will dive into it.
Which running back should lead the way against the Commanders? What should be the top priority for the Broncos defense? We'll break it all down in the Fan Football pregame show, live on game day starting at 4 p.m. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
At Postman Law, we're not your typical injury firm. Our lawyers have won at the U.S. Supreme Court, gone head-to-head with giants like Uber and Amazon, and recovered billions for clients. When you've been injured, having a right lawyer matters. PostmanLaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers.
Call 844-POSTMAN. Attorney advertising.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
For the fitness fanatic on your Christmas list, save big this holiday season. At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose, from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Just how good is Pure Talk's current deal for unlimited wireless? Well, you might say it's the deal of your lifetime. Because right now, for just $29.95 a month, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for life. Not your phone's life, your life. This is Pure Talk's top-tier plan. It comes with a crazy fast 5G network along with a 30-gig hotspot. And at just $29.95 a month, there has never been a better opportunity to lock in a ridiculously low rate for as long as you live. And save thousands and thousands of dollars along the way. This plan is normally $65 a month, but if you switch today, you will save over 50% every single month for the rest of your life. See what I mean? It really is the deal of your lifetime. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. Offer ends 12/7. Some restrictions apply. Details at puretalk.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at hellsberg.com.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, happy Tuesday, but it feels like a Thursday. You are steamrolling. We hope, we know some of you aren't, but most of you are steamrolling toward a long weekend. Cecil, Will Peterson hanging out. We've had a lot of fun the last 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and you totally changed my mood this morning when you said, hey, it's like a Thursday, which means tomorrow is a Friday. Tomorrow also, Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. I have quite a few to go over. I will parse the list down like Kev with his Mile High Moments. You're going to participate in Mile High Moments where we pick one play, one moment that everybody's going to be talking about on Monday, and if it hits, you get the ultimate bragging rights. The problem is that guy behind the glass, Kevin Kistner, he has like 1 million of them, and so every one that you pick, it's his because he's already thought of it, every single play. And this, the genesis of Mile High Moments was from Kistner because on Mondays, he says a lot, we talk a lot. Kev will say, yeah, I think Bo will have 4 touchdowns. And then that'll happen, and Monday he'll come in and be like, just like I said. So I'm like, okay, let's spread the love, Kev. Let everyone else get a call their shot. So tomorrow we're going to have a bunch of fun talking about what are you thankful for. We're also going to talk about your Thanksgiving traditions, why maybe you should have brisket instead of turkey. And then Don't Be That Guy Wednesday and Mile High Moments. We got a jam-packed show tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited. We'll also take a look around the NFL, the biggest games that impact the Broncos. I mean, don't forget, I know it's not going to be popular, but for Broncos country, this one's going to be easy. We are going to be massive Dallas Cowboys fans on Thanksgiving Day. They are playing the Kansas City Chiefs. And, yeah, I get it. It's Jerry. It's the Cowboys. They're obnoxious. But guess what? You know what's going to be less obnoxious? The Chiefs missing the playoffs. I know last week there was a lot of controversy. Are you cheering for the Colts? Are you cheering for the Chiefs? This is a no-brainer. Everyone in Broncos country will be rooting for the Cowboys. And after their rally against the Eagles, maybe they can do it. Maybe they can do you a favor and knock them off.
How does it feel to scoreboard watch again?
It's amazing. Because
it's been a minute.
Real quick, don't forget, we were scoreboard watching during the Nathaniel Hackett year, but we were scoreboard watching in reverse. For draft order. You know that website Tankathon?
Oh, of course, yes.
I have not typed Tankathon into my URL in a couple of years, thank goodness. But there was a stretch there where I was checking it every day.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up because I got a buddy of mine in the fantasy community. His name's Thor Nystrom, and he went hard on J.J. McCarthy. Like telling everybody, like, he's the guy, he's the man. He went as far as to say, like, they got a Ferrari in the garage. Just wait till they break out the Ferrari. And now the Vikings have a top 10 pick. And my guy, again, buddy of mine, he's getting just worked on Twitter and online because anytime he tweets anything, everyone's like, well, I thought JJ was the Ferrari. And JJ McCarthy is as bad as Jamarcus Russell. Think about that.
He stinks.
He's as bad as Jamarcus Russell, and in fact, statistically, through the same amount of games, he's worse than Jamarcus Russell. So Purple Drank, better than Purple Savior? That's true. So that's a team in Minnesota. You thought you had it fixed with JJ, and you move on from Sam Darnold? I mean, they have Mac Jones and Sam Darnold in that building with Kevin O'Connell, and they move on from both.
Didn't they have Daniel Jones?
Had Daniel Jones. Move on. And to go hand it off to JJ, that's a team now with a top 10 pick in a bad quarterback class. They're thinking about taking another one. I mean, just count your blessings, Broncos country. Bo Nix is here. Call him Orange Savior. Call him, as Vance Joseph did, future John Elway. We might get into that a little bit tomorrow. But it's like, just look at how, things are shaping up for Caleb. Looks like that's okay with Ben Johnson. Still a little rough, but whatever. Drake May, real fine quarterback. He always has been. Got that big arm. I think the Patriots are a little bit phony, playing the third easiest schedule in the NFL, but I digress. But you look at these quarterbacks. Jaden's banged up, right? JJ can't play. Penix is hurt, and he can't play. So the fact that they got the sixth guy, they still might have got the best one.
Right. And if that's the case, you are going to look at these six guys who are going to be linked forever. And, Bo and Jaden and Caleb and Drake are going to be competing for who's the best, and it could be a little musical chairs. I mean, last year Jaden was clearly number one. He's obviously fallen off this year. It looks like Drake's number one now. He's in the MVP conversation. But guess what? We got Mr. Consistent. Because if Bo Nix was the second best out of the six last year, he's probably been the second best out of the six this year, while Drake's gone up and Jaden's gone down.
Right.
I like that consistency. And imagine being a Falcons fan or a Vikings fan right now going, this is going to go down as a generational QB class. Yet, because every year it happens with the QBs. There's going to be two or three that hit. There's going to be one or two that are kind of middle of the road, and there's going to be one or two that are busts.
Yeah.
And right now, McCarthy looks like a bust just because he can't play. And Penix looks like a bust just because he can't stay on the field.
And what's funny is, if we go back, because I'm old, let's go to 83. And Kev, make sure I got it right, because Ken O'Brien and Tony Eason and Todd Blackledge, none of them really busted. Maybe Blackledge busted. Maybe, again, it's a little before my time. I was alive in 83, but I'm like a little before my NFL time,
Sure.
right? But if we go back to that class with those six quarterbacks, all of them were pretty good, and then three of them were outstanding, Jim Kelly, Dan Marino, and John Elway. We go to this class, and it's kind of like 2018. Let's go a little closer, right? A little more modern. 2018, we got Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, Lamar Jackson, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. I think Mayfield and Darnold have rewritten things for themselves, and Josh Allen is fantastic, needs a different head coach. Lamar is great. He's got to stay healthy. And Josh Rosen cleanly busted immediately with that class.
He's like a doctor now. Have you seen that?
Really?
Yeah, he's like on LinkedIn. Like you can find his LinkedIn. It's like
when he was in
Dr.
Miami,
Josh Rosen.
I'm close to the front office in Miami, and I asked one of my guys, like, when they had Josh Rosen, I was like, what's the deal with Rosen, man? And he goes, he's really dumb. Like, football-wise, like, he's smart. Like, and that was the thing some held against Josh Rosen. Like, mechanically, he was great, but he thought for himself, and he had different ideas about, political things and all these sorts of things, and teams don't like that. They will kind of want you to be football's everything. And Rosen always was very, very smart, but not football smart. And that's what my Dolphins guys told me is like, yeah, he's a smart guy, but he also isn't smart about football.
Well, wasn't there the story about Sean like looking in Bo Nix's backpack up in Eugene, and it was like his football playbook and his Bible and some gear, and that was it.
Right, right.
And it was like, okay, we didn't find anything alarming in the bag. It's like, gosh, these people.
What was he gonna find? Like a vape pen?
Yeah,
like seriously, what was he looking for?
I don't know.
Maybe Sean was looking for the vape pen. Am I right, fellas? Yeah. You never know. But yeah, I remember the backpack story. Why? Because it's ridiculous.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
We're looking through people's stuff to make sure they don't have any red flags.
Okay.
All right, I want to have this conversation before we welcome in Zach and Phil about the number one seed. Because I wrote today that the Broncos need to be all gas and no brakes as they pursued the number one seed in the AFC. And there's two reasons. One, and this is easy for anyone to understand, the NFL has the greatest advantage in any league in America when it comes to the top seed. You only have to win 2 games to go to the Super Bowl. You're 2 through 7. You have to win 3 games. I mean, that should be self-explanatory. You are fighting for that one coveted bye while everyone else beats each other up, and you get a chance to sit on your couch and watch the carnage in the AFC. And then 2, the Broncos haven't lost at home since October of 2024, 13 months. They've won 11 straight at Empower Field at Mile High. Cease, I think it is paramount they go all in on getting the top seed in the conference for those 2 reasons I just outlined.
I'm going to ask you something very deep and personal, and I would like the exact 1,000% truth.
Okay.
And I ask this lovingly, okay, because it's kind of offensive, but as I often say, get as offended as you like. With your statement of, I'll do the Richie Carney thing, they need the number one seed. They need it. You're not exactly saying that.
Really want the number one seed.
Really want it. I ask you this, merely this. Are you moving the goalposts?
Why would that be?
Because it seems like, not you, but there are plenty of people out there that move the goalposts with the Broncos. I'll say 9-2. Patriots are now 10-2. Nobody says this about New England. Nobody even brings up their third easiest schedule in the league. Nobody brings up that they've been playing slappies and have barely beat some slappies along the way. And then the goalposts get moved for the Broncos. Well, I mean, yeah, they can beat the Giants with a comeback. And okay, yeah, I mean, they got the Texans, but just barely. And then the Raiders game set football back 100 years. They have to beat Kansas City. Then they beat Kansas City, and people go, oh, well, what had happened is it's not really the Chiefs. Do you know statistically the Chiefs are almost exactly identical in all major categories? Roster-wise, they're almost exactly identical to what they were a year ago. The difference, they're not winning the one-score games, as they were 11-0 last year in one-score games. That's the difference with the Chiefs. So the Broncos beat the Chiefs. They didn't beat, the knockoff version of the Chiefs, or, the Chiefs aren't really the Chiefs. So there's a lot of goalpost moving that's been going on this year, and you would agree with that. Not that you're doing that, but you've seen it. You know that's been happening because people keep moving the goalposts with the Broncos. So now that this number one seed conversation has reared its head, it's because of the Broncos' work. If they're not 9-2, we don't have this conversation. But they're 9-2, we're having this conversation. I just want to make sure that you are not, full disclosure, not moving the goalposts so that when they don't get the number one seed and lose in the playoffs, that you or anybody else can be like, well, I mean, they didn't take it seriously in the last 6 games. They didn't get the number one seed. Like, you're not moving the goalposts here, right?
I don't think I'm moving the goalposts. I'm just telling you their clear and obvious path to Santa Clara, and that's winning 2 home games. Why do the Chiefs go to the Super Bowl every year? Because they have to win 2 home games at Arrowhead. That's what I want the Broncos to have to do. They're basically unbeatable at home right now. And again, only having to win twice when everyone else has to win 3 times, it'd be like if the NBA gave out a first-round bye for the 1 seed and had the 2 play the 9 and the 3 play the 8 and the 4 play the 7 and the 5 play the 6. It'd be unheard of. Yet when the NFL made this change, 4, 5, 6 years ago to go to 7 teams, that's what they did. And that's in front of the Broncos, man. I think if they go 5-1, they're the 1 seed. They're the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
You picked them to go 13-4.
Yes.
I picked them to go 13-4. We're the only 2 people at the station to pick them to go 13-4.
Kev had them as well.
My bad. Kevin, 13-4. Cease, they could go 14-3. I'll whisper it. They could go 15-2. They really could, right?
Yeah.
So why not seize that opportunity? Why not Eminem? You got 1 shot, 1 opportunity.
1 opportunity.
Seize it.
Go for it.
And it sounds like to me, and I'm not trying to paint you into a corner here, but you're kind of, just win the AFC West and see where the chips fall. I don't love that attitude.
I would say this. I like the hard road. And that's
cares?
Just me.
Who
cares?
Nuggets, the Nuggets beat the 8 seed at
because
Heat,
you
and
get
no one talks about the hard
tested.
road.
This team needs to be battle tested.
I care about parades more than I do about
the
battle
Patriots have the red carpet rolled out for them. And if they went out and the Broncos went out, the Broncos still have the number 1 seed because of the Raiders. Because of a common opponent and a Raiders win.
All the way back in what, week 1?
Week 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you, Las Vegas? Question mark? But because of that, if this team was rolling, I'd be like, wrap it up, get that number 1 seed. But offensively, they're not rolling. I want to see more tests. I want to see more confident built. What does Sean Payton always say? I'm going to mess it up. Confidence is from previous, production. Confidence comes from previous production.
Sure. Something like that.
I would like them to produce against tougher teams and maybe a tougher road so that mentally, I'm talking about the mental game, not the literal they play only 2 games instead of 3. I need some mental toughness from this team offensively that they know against the toughest teams they can get it done. Maybe that's already been done, and if that's your argument, then perhaps I'll change my tune. But right now I look at this offense, and they aren't as battle-tested as they need to be, and I'm specifically the ground game. If J.K. Dobbins was healthy, we might have a different conversation, and I might be 1,000% agreeing with you. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with Richie because he had just awful points trying to defend this. So they need the number 1 seed. I don't think they need it. It'd be nice. I don't think they need it. What they need is that mental confidence that comes from being battle-tested.
All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Cease, I will say this, though, real quick. You talk about battle-tested, and it sounds to me like you want the Broncos to get the toughest path to hoist Lombardi. Like we think about in 2015, they went through Ben Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, Cam Newton.
Yes.
And that was an unbelievable murderer's row of opponents. Ben was still in his prime. Tom was still in his prime.
It was Ben without Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell.
Right. And Cam was an MVP who had lost one game all year.
Right.
But it just sounds to me like you have this notion that you want to be at the parade because the Broncos beat the Chiefs. And then they beat the Bills. And then they went into Foxborough.
New England and beat the Patriots.
And then they took down the Rams. And I guess I just don't really buy that any Broncos fan truly cares about the storybook of they beat the toughest opponents. I want them to play the Jaguars and then the Steelers and then go to Santa Clara, and I don't really care otherwise.
Here's what happens, though, is the national narrative.
Oh, we care about national narratives now.
Don't we always talk about with Joker? Like, why isn't he a 5-time MVP? The national narrative will be this. Oh, the Broncos had the easy path. Oh, the Jaguars knocked out New England in the first round, and that's why the Broncos, because if they would have played New England, give me Foxborough. You think I'm afraid of Drake May? Give me the toughest challenge. And we're talking about this again, Zach. We're talking about this again, Phil. But I did bring up, because I'm a comic book nerd, and Phil, you're a comic book nerd too. Your father collects comic books.
Yeah.
I need to perhaps sell or buy comic books to or from him.
Yeah.
But we talked about the Dr. Doom scenario because Yahoo Sports, and you guys talked about it yesterday, about they had the biggest weakness, like what's the Dr. Doom? Who's the Dr. Doom that like causes a breakdown for the Broncos? I actually think it's the question marks with the ground game. We talked about it with the Nuggets as well. Like, what is that for them? What is it for the Avs? Outside of catastrophic injury, of course. But I kind of like that idea of the toughest path, and then whatever your weakness is, and right now that's the ground game. I'd like these next 6 games to go, man, RJ Harvey turned it on. That's what the next 6 games are, go get as many as you can. I actually wouldn't mind an L. Don't at me, bro. Just to reset things. You get on this type of win streak. These type of win streaks don't last.
You want a loss.
I would say I wouldn't be against it. Every Super Bowl championship they've had, there's been a 2-game losing streak in December. In 32, 33, and 50. A 2-game losing streak.
Did not know that.
Now, again, I'm not rooting for that.
No.
But I like the reset of, get that taste in your mouth of losing and then fix it. But over these next 6 games, I want that ground game to be fixed.
So we have 6 games left. Like, what one L would you, take?
Do you know the most important game? And I brought this up to Will. Mason and I are going to talk about it on Orange and Blue today. The most important game for the Broncos remaining is the Raiders. Isn't that hard to believe? And the reason is
because it's a common opponent with New England.
Common opponent with New England.
Who lost week 1 to that team. The Raiders have won 1 game since then.
If you win out and they win out, you got the number 1 seed because the common opponent is the Raiders. But if you lose one and it happens to be the Raiders, and they lose one and it's not, and you're tied, they get the number 1 seed.
Correct.
That's weird, right?
It is weird. It is weird. I never thought about it like that. That you're hoping that a loss can reset them. I'm hoping the bye week does that. I actually like that the bye week is happening for Washington at the exact same time. To be honest with you, is Washington a good football team? No, they're not. But this could be the makings of a trap game. You look who Washington has lost to on their losing streak. Man, a lot of really good teams.
Yeah.
A lot of really good teams.
Yeah.
And I know they've got their head kicked in a couple times. But when you have an offense like Denver's, and then you've taken an entire week off in a very abnormal way, okay? I'm a little bit nervous that the offense is going to be – it will return to a state of being disjointed that it's been throughout the year.
Very inconsistent.
And this could be a 3-point game in the fourth quarter on the road in Washington after a whole week off. And I'm just a nervous Nelly sometimes, so maybe that's just what it is. But I think there may be something to be said for these dynamics.
Well, you don't sound crazy because think about it. The defense we know usually is going to come to play, right? There was one game, we could say the Colts game, where the defense didn't look at their best. But usually they're going to come to play. They're going to be consistent. Well, against the Kansas City Chiefs, that was the first time that the offense really got going that was against a really good opponent. So you're sitting here thinking, okay, you just had a good game. You had a bye week. So you don't have that momentum going into Sunday. what does that truly look like? I'm with you on that one. It's a little. I'm a little nervous too of seeing what this offense can do coming off a bye.
And here's what's wild too. You said, hey, the offense really got going against Kansas City. What, they run for 59 yards?
Yeah.
Did both throw a touchdown?
No.
And this is when the offense really got going.
Yeah.
Right? Did they score 30
yards for both?
No.
Or did they score 22? Right? So it's one of these things where, but it's been so bad, it feels like that. So I put credence to what you just said, but there's something to be said. This is why I'm bringing it up, really.
The only other thing, though, I would argue, Zach, is the Commanders, outside of an international game against the Dolphins, their defense has been terrible. I mean, you look at their last 5 losses, they're giving up 30, 35,